a bonfire, and I saw some dry brush and leaves around, so I said to move the bonfire somewhere else, and out of nowhere, Smokey Bear shows up and hugs me.
So you noticed some wildfire hazards and moved your bonfire to a safer location.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's Smokey, all right. He likes it when people help prevent wildfires. It hits him close to home. Not everybody gets the hug, my friend. So that's pretty special to get a hug from Smokey Bear.
So it was him. Guys, I told you it was Smokey.
Okay, well, congratulations, my friend. And thanks for calling. There are many ways to prevent a wildfire. Learn how you can do your part at SmokeyBear.com.
Only you can prevent wildfires.
Sponsored by the U.S. Forest Service, Ad Council,
Hey,
and
it's
your
Chaz from Championship Footballs. And if you heard my cries for help, you know we lost our lease. Thanks so much for your support so far, but we've got to get all of these footballs out of here by the 31st, and we're going to make it worth your while. If you're a Chiefs fan, a Bulldogs fan, a Michigan Wolverines fan, right on the website an instant promo code for all 4 of those footballs. That's right, the Chiefs have 2 of them. Right on the website, a $20 discount, and it's even better if you're a Cowboys fan, a Tulane fan. Boom. Penn State, Buccaneers, or Baylor, it's 2 for 1. Buy one, get your second one shipped in the same box for free. It really is perfect if you hang around with any Cowboys, Tulane, Nittany Lions, or Baylor fans. So thanks in advance for helping out, because we don't want to have to pay to move these things. ChampionshipFootballs.com, the coolest present that'll open that day, guaranteed.
It's the Worldwide Sports Radio Network.
Maryland football head coach Mike Locksley blames NIL over him losing the locker room last season as the Terps went 4-8 after 3 consecutive bowl wins in the previous 3 years. If this can happen to a self-proclaimed locker room guy like Locksley, the former Broyles Award winner as top assistant coach at Alabama when he was OC there before becoming Maryland head coach in 2019, are we likely facing an epidemic across the country as the days of the amateur athlete are now firmly in the past? Injured superstar point guard Tyrese Haliburton says the dramatic rise in Achilles injuries, which took him, Jason Tatum, and Damian Lillard out in the playoffs this year and have sidelined them all, in all likelihood for all of next season, was just bad luck. We will take a deeper look into the root cause of these Achilles injuries before we make a call to the pen and dive inside baseball on another live, fully loaded, chock full of quality content, classic episode of Jabba and the Mouth.
Give him a significant. They're going to have a ton of money to spend. Why not put it in one of the top 3 offensive players in the league? We're going to be looking at Aaron Judge and saying that he can't win the big game. Michael Jordan said, I played 82 games. You don't see LeBron doing that.
This is a game where you got to go perform.
I told you, Giant fans, and Saquon Barkley, at this moment, I'm gonna fight them all. A 7-nation army couldn't hold me back. They're gonna rip it off. Taking time. Say whatever you want about Patrick Mahomes. He's the best quarterback in the NFL. Really? And I'm talking to myself at night because I can't forget. Back and forth through my mind behind a cigarette. And the nation's coming from my eyes.
Let's do it. You're listening to Jabba and the Mouth.
631-672-3108 is the number to call. You're listening to a new episode of Jabba and the Mouth. I'm your host, Errol Marks. My co-host, Jabba Chamberlain, and the Speedster. Executive producer, Mr. Aaron Fishman. Ladies and gentlemen, Poops is not in the studio tonight. He's not feeling very, very well. So Speedy will produce the show and actually help us in the co-hosting area. And ladies and gentlemen, the man himself is in the backstage. Our PR man himself, Mr. Niffin. Ladies and gentlemen, you can go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Check out all our shows throughout the week, including Jabba and the Mouth every single Mondays and Wednesdays at 7:30 p.m. All you have to do to tune in and check out our local listings for all our shows is go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. It's been a beautiful day today. If anybody lives in Long Island listening to the show right now live and in color on YouTube and all the platforms we are at right now, ladies and gentlemen, it has been a beautiful day. No humidity, really. It's been a nice breeze. The sun's been out. The clouds are out. It's about 80 degrees today. This is where Long Island really flexes its muscles when it's a kind of day like this. I love it. It has been a very spiritual day, whatever that means. If you're a churchgoer and you're a person that wants to go to one of those church days and enjoy the reign of God and the priests and reverends and all that other stuff, this is the perfect day, ladies and gentlemen, to go to church and enjoy the lovely. Well, I was about to say weather, but it's weather. Anyways, I want to get off the weather situation. Speedy, what is up, man?
Yeah, I'm doing well. Back in the producer's chair for the first time in a while. Shout out to Tommy. Hope he's feeling better too. I also want to give a shout out, rest in peace to Ozzy Osbourne, one of the greatest rockers ever, passing away yesterday after his farewell tour with Black Sabbath as well.
A big surprise.
Yeah.
And if anybody has ever seen the Cosby shows, the son, I forget his name, what he
Malcolm
played.
Jamal Warner.
Malcolm, yes, he passed away too. He drowned at the age, if I'm not mistaken, 53 years old. He was very, very young. And my mom always told me, and my father used to always tell me, that it's usually in threes. When somebody dies, they usually go in threes. And yesterday, Ozzy Osbourne went at what, 76 years old? 76 years old. One of the greatest rock singers of all time. A lot of people believe Ozzy Osbourne was at his best when he left Black Sabbath, where he was just Ozzy Osbourne. And I used to watch the Osbourne show. The 3 seasons were very, very interesting. They are a very interesting family. So my heart goes out to the Osbourne family and the death of one of the greatest singers, one of the greatest rockers, one of the greatest personalities when it came to music, in Ozzy Osbourne. So that's a horrible story. Jabba, what's up, man?
Not just you guys got great weather today. We felt like 106. It was a tough one today for us, and we got all the humidity and all the good stuff. So you guys took all the good stuff from us today. But other than that, got a good workout in. Got some stuff, watching some baseball. Yankees are up 1-0. Dominguez went deep. So off to a good start.
Well, hopefully the Yankees start to away in a division that the Blue Jays have really been dominating over the last 5 weeks. The Yankees got to get those bats waking up, and they got to decide what they're going to do with Anthony Volpe. We will get into that a little bit later in the show. I'm sure Jabba has his own thoughts. Actually, me and Jabba were speaking about it on the phone today, about where the Yankees, or what the Yankees should be doing at the trade deadline. And Anthony Volpe, where do the Yankees go with Anthony Volpe? Do they decide to move him down or send him down? But who are they bringing up to play the shortstop position? You know, when somebody loses confidence like Anthony, when he's going down to his knees and trying to block a shot, or like a line drive to put his body in front of it to throw it to first, that scares you. If you're a shortstop fan, especially Anthony Volpe fan, and just the confidence level. Everybody wants to blame Aaron Boone. It's Aaron Boone's fault, but Aaron Boone is not playing Anthony Volpe's position. Aaron Boone was a third baseman when he played for the Yankees and when he came from Cincinnati. So, and I believe third base is a hard defensive position too, and he was pretty damn good at it. I'm not going to tell you that Aaron Boone is one of the best defensive-minded managers in baseball, because that would be a lie, but Aaron Boone could only help the kid develop. You can't teach the kid to develop. He's got to figure that out himself. So, unfortunately, Anthony Volpe has not figured that out, and the Yankees are going to probably start to look deeper into their farm system in the next 2 years. They do have a young shortstop that they I think signed. They got him from the Dominican Republic when he was 16 years old. He's now, if I'm not mistaken, 18, going to be 19. He's still pretty young. They do believe he's a 5-tool player. We'll see where that kid, as the next 2 years come along, what type of player he's going to be when he gets called up from the New York Yankees. Anthony Volpe was a guy that I really thought was going to be a star in this league. But once you lose confidence, Clint Frazier is the guy that really sticks out to me over the years. Clint Frazier was a five-tool player when the Yankees traded for him. If I'm not mistaken, it was Cleveland, right?
Yeah, it was the Andrew Miller trade to the Indians at that time.
And he came to the Yankees, and besides the problems he had with his cats, if you remember that, he never really developed with the New York Yankees. Then eventually the Yankees traded him or let him go. He went to the Sox, if I'm not mistaken. And his
bumped around a bunch of teams.
His career completely fell flat on his face. I don't want that to happen to Anthony Volpe, but I'm hoping that he figures it out. But the Yankees got to figure out what they're going to do to him. But again, that's something that we could talk about a little bit later in the show. And Nick Goody joins us. I know he is coaching a playoff game. So my shout out to Nick Goody and his team. Hopefully they pull off a win and head on to the semifinals, because that's where they would be heading over the weekend, and maybe the World Series over there. Division 2, right? Is it Division 2? I'm not sure.
I'm not sure either.
But a little bit later in the show at 8:45, we'll be talking to former Commanders, Chiefs, and Vikings cornerback Bashard Breeland. He's been on our show before. Thank you to Nathan for reaching out to Bashard and actually wanted to come on again. He is an interesting fellow. We got to get him out of his turtle shell. But once he gets out of his turtle shell, I think Bashard is one of those guys that won't be quiet. So I'm interested to hear what he's been doing over the past year or year and a half since the last time we spoke to him.
A lot of music, Nathan was saying.
Yeah, well, that's interesting. I'm interested to hear how he's doing in the music industry. The industry is very hard to get into. We had a couple of guys, was it Mahaley? No, it wasn't Mahaley. Who was that guy from Kansas City Chiefs that was a singer?
Okoye?
Was it Okoye?
It was his daughter that was a singer.
No, it wasn't Okoye. I forget what he was, a defensive lineman.
Taba Ali.
Taba Ali he's a rapper, Jamaican singer, and all that other stuff. Taba Ali, who lives in New Jersey, and he's back and forth in Kansas City as well. He's from New Jersey, the New Jersey area. When we had him on the show, he was in a studio. He was an interesting fellow.
Oh, yeah.
So, and maybe we'll get him on. Reach out to Taba.
I will, yeah.
Taba will love to come back on a show. He was a great defensive lineman.
Yes, he was.
He was really, really good. And if he didn't have those injuries at the tail end of his career, he breaks 100 sacks and maybe Hall of Fame. We'll see. But he was great. For the 8 years that he was a dominant force, he was one of the better defensive linemen, more, consistent defensive linemen in the league. At 9:45, we'll be talking to 11-year MLB catcher Jimmy Lawrence will be joining us. He's been on our show before. If you don't remember him, I remember him very, very, very much when he played in 95 with the Yankees and 96 with the Yankees. But 95, those home runs against Seattle, those stuck out to me the most with Jimmy. And Jimmy is a great personality. Last time he was on the show, he was in, if I'm not mistaken, he was at Yankee Stadium at a playoff game
against the Royals,
in the press area. So, or wherever he was. But Jimmy is a great guy, very good friend of the show, and a great personality. So I'm interested to hear what he's got to say with the Yankees and what he thinks the Yankees need to do moving forward. But a lot to get into. Maryland football coach Mike Locksley told ESPN that he blames the NIL for the reason his football team lost the locker room for the last year. Locksley said he still took accountability as a head coach, but says the discussions over which players should be given an NIL deal or money each week was a problem. He added that it was a difficult dilemma to reward the younger players with higher upside or the older players that have been committed to Maryland football and their program. Locksley now added a sign in Maryland locker room telling players to leave their financial statements and car keys outside of the locker room to focus on football. He says that the players, since the new court ruling on July 1st, have been much more focused on football right now, rather than how much they're getting paid with their NIL deals. Maryland was 4-8 last season after 3 straight winning seasons from 2021 to 2023. winning a ball game in all 3 seasons. I don't know much about Locksley, okay? And me and Fish were talking about him off, on the phone today, offset of our show. And this story, obviously, we knew eventually the NIL deals were going to get in the way with players deciding where they're going to go to school, or how much money are these players going to be asking for if they're a superstar player or one of the best recruits right now in the country. And again, you just don't know. You could be a 4-star, 5-star recruit, or you could be a 3.5-star recruit. Ward wasn't even I don't even think he was an any star recruit. And look, he was the number 1 pick in the NFL draft. So again, everybody's going to star you because of what you did in high school. But again, Locksley has a point, and he doesn't have a point. This is the same guy that me and Fish were talking about, was a part of the Alabama Crimson Tide when he was the offensive coordinator over there with Nick Saban, and his son passed away. Now, obviously, it was an accident I don't even know if it was an accident because he got shot, but nevertheless, he's a guy that eventually stepped down or lost his job, and he got the job over here with Maryland. And Maryland is a good basketball program. They're not really known for their football. We've had a couple of their college football players on our show over the years, and they're a good sports program. They're just not really known for their football. But Locksley is a known coach in the NCAA, and he's trying to find ways to pay his players. And the NIL deals are going to move forward no matter if they decide who they're going to pay and what players are going to get paid over the next couple of years, or what player is going to be recruited, or who is going to get recruited, and how much money they're going to get through that recruitment. Now, the NIL deals are also something that a lot of people talk about, and they don't realize that for years, even though there was not NIL deals, there was money being pushed under the table. So to think, even though NIL deals are here, and they're here to stay as far as we know right now, there's no guarantees that some of these players aren't getting paid under the table. And again, Locksley could sit there and make all the excuses in the world. Who's going to get what, and what should get what, and who should get this, and who should get that. The cheerleaders, are they going to get some of that NIL deal because they're a world-renowned, top-end Division I cheerleading squad? No. The fact is, they're going to be handed a lot of money, or they're going to be handed a certain amount of money, and they got to decide who deserves what. When you talk about 5-star recruits, and again, I will get into my opinion here on what I think, how they should settle, how the NIL deal should be divided out to any player from any one of their programs, from baseball to hockey to basketball to football. You have to look at it in a big understanding of what you do in high school. High school players, you work your ass off playing high school ball, baseball, hockey, football, whatever you play in high school. You try to be the best player you could possibly be. Why? Because you get graded when you come out of high school. In football, you get graded either a 3-star recruit, a 2-star recruit, a 4-star recruit, or a 5-star recruit, 5-star being the highest. If you're a 5-star recruit, with NIL deals, you should be getting the most money. Because if you're a 5-star recruit, you're one of the best players in the country going into college. Now, that doesn't mean you stay a 5-star recruit. I do believe if you're a 5-star recruit, your first year, you should get 5-star recruit NIL deal money. After that, depending on how you play, that is where the team decides on how much you make. Furthermore, after your first season as a 5-star recruit, because after your first season, you could be considered a 3-star recruit, even though you're not. The fact is, these NIL deals are going to get into the way of how these players decide, or where these players decide where they want to go in the future. You want to go, if you're playing football, you want to play for Alabama. You want to play for Georgia. You want to play for USC. You want to play for the top recruiting programs in the country. Usually in college football, it's the SEC. In college basketball now, you have obviously the East, which has been very, very good with UConn and Villanova and some of the best teams we've seen being put together over the last 10 years in college basketball. And now you have Pitino with St. John's over there. So you have all these top-end head coaches. Calipari, obviously, or what he's doing right now, moving to Memphis. And then you have baseball. And baseball, obviously, we all know who the best baseball team over the last 10 years has been, and that's the LSU Tigers. So the SEC is very big when it comes to baseball as well. So you look at that, and that's where, if you're a top recruit, and we had Preston, we went to his, and I was hosting his event. Preston was a 4.5-star recruit. So he had Georgia, Rutgers. Who was the other team?
It was Florida and Auburn.
Florida and Auburn. Those were the 4 teams. All 4 teams were Division I schools. All 4 of them. And you look at the big picture here, it was probably Georgia or Florida is where you would, if you were any one of these other recruited guys sitting there and looking at all 4 of those teams, you're probably going with either Florida because they've been such a great recruiting program in college football, or, ladies and gentlemen, you're probably going to Georgia Bulldogs because they won back-to-back championships, the last one in 2022. They have one of the best recruiting classes that are going to be put together in the next 2 years. So top 3. So, and they have one of the best coaches right now in college football. So we look at NIL deals. You have to look at where they're ranked, how they're ranked coming out of school. That is where I believe you divide out the money. Now, it's going to be very, very hard if you're a player that's been playing for that college football team. You didn't decide to portal in to play for another team. That's why you have a portal. If you know a player's being brought in and he's going to be offered this amount of money for NIL, then you go into the portal and you go somewhere that's going to pay you, some other team or some other program that's going to pay you more. There are so many ways now when it comes to college sports where the player is really in the driver's seat. It used to never be that way. Right. It never was really that way. When you decided to go to a certain school, you know that you're going to be playing for that school for the 3 or 4 years you're going to be there. The only time you could decide to portal out of there, in which they did, they gave you a chance, you would have to miss 1 year of eligibility. So that's the problem with college sports now. You don't have to worry about that. There's a portal, and every single year, actually, I think it's like you get 2 times.
Yeah, the second time you transfer, then you have to wait a year.
Right. So you get 2 chances if you want to portal to another school. And that opens up so many possibilities for these players to decide, hey, you know what? I could go here. I'm playing for Georgia right now. I'm one of the best defensive players on this team right now, and they're bringing in 2 or 3 5-star recruits. They're going to be taking my spot at least another year. I want to play 2 more years of college football. I'll go to Florida. I'll be a starter, and they're going to give me more money for my talent. That's the facts, and I think that's the way the NIL deal is going to work until, obviously, the NCAA figures out how it makes sense. Now, like I said, when you're getting recruited, I think first, you should be looking at where they're ranked in the country. If you're a 5-star recruit, right off the bat, you should be making a certain amount of money. That should definitely show these players and tell these players, hey, you know what? You want to be a high recruit? You want to get a lot of money as an NIL player? Well, guess what? You got to be a 4 or 5-star recruit to get that money. That's the only way you're going to make that money in your first year. And if you don't do that, well, you're not going to make that much money because the other players that were playing for the team for 2 or 3 years and they decided to stay there are going to, because they were such high recruits and they're still great players, they're going to make that money too. And and Jabba and Speedy, what still is the most important position, even in college football, that's the quarterback. Oh, yeah. So if that quarterback is a top recruit, a 4-star recruit, and even if he wasn't, if he's a great player, like we just said, Ward, the guy I don't even think when he was recruited, he had any stars. I don't even think.
Yeah, he was at a
walk-on, right?
He was at a HBCU, I think it was. It was somewhere out west. I think it was in Texas too. Before he transferred to Washington State, I forget the name of the school, but he was at one of those HBCU schools or one of those like 2nd-tier Division I schools, and I don't think he was even recruited at all.
He was a 0-star recruit, as Coach Mr. Fish says over here on the fan private chat. I will say this. The NIL deals are going to be a problem. Everybody says it. Look at Deion Sanders. He was cheating right off the bat when he went to Colorado. He's going to Saudi Arabia and trying to seek millions and millions of dollars from these princes. How many people know that Saudi Arabia is one of the biggest and most expensive countries and big profit countries in the world. Why? Because of their oil. That is why, ladies and gentlemen. So, Deion Sanders, Prime isn't stupid. So you know what Prime did? He went to the one place he thought nobody was going to discover, where he was going to take money to the States and pay his players off. So Deion Sanders deserves my golf clap if we had one. Nevertheless, you look at the big picture here. I just look at the Maryland situation. Locksley's going to say whatever he wants. Locksley's going to complain like every other coach. Nick Saban decided to step down after, 2 years ago, because he said, you know what? I don't want to deal with the NIL deals. Dabo Sweeney's been bitching and moaning about these NIL deals. But guess what? These college coaches are making millions and millions of dollars and making it off the recruiting classes they bring in and try to win national championships. So I'm not going to cry the river for any one of those guys like Dabo Sweeney, who's making $10 million, or even Nick Saban at one point that was making $13 million.
James Franklin, I think, for
How
Penn
about
State,
Bill Belichick? What's that guy making right now? I mean, seriously, and he's not even running that team. His girlfriend is. His fiance is running that North Carolina team as she's flashing and dancing and making decisions for Bill Belichick that Bill Belichick knew nothing about it. So it just shows you the way college sports is moving. That's why Bill Belichick went to North Carolina. Don't get it twisted. It had nothing to do with his father, because his father coached there. It had nothing to do with, hey, you know what? I'm going to run this organization and I'm going to win national championships. No, it's the money thing. He knows that the way he can recruit players is going and jumping from one hand to another and finding ways to get money to get the best recruiting players in the country to come and play for him. And that's why and he doesn't have to deal with those pro players bitching and moaning and game playing from one team to another. He doesn't really have to do that. You know what he has to do? All he's got to do is raise men. He is so used to doing that, as he was raising a lot of stupid asses over there in New England and still winning championships. So there's no lie about that. I just think, and again, Fish and me went back and forth on this. The NIL deal really has brought open opportunity for these players to not only bring a generational money home to their
in good and bad ways, though.
Yes, right. Yes, generational money that'll help their families in the long run. But it also brings problems when it comes, like Jabba was saying, it brings problems on how do you decide, or where do you decide the money will go, and what program is, especially when you go into a college like, let's say LSU. They got a good baseball team, they got a good football team, and they have a decent basketball team. Where does that money go if you have all these big recruiting classes every single year with great programs? Where does that money go where you can distinctly understand how it would work throughout every single season? Locksley has a point there, but Locksley shouldn't be bitching, because this is a good problem to have. This is not a bad problem to have, Speedy.
No, it's not. It's not a bad problem. And also, I think the approach that Locksley is saying, it has to be something that a lot of these kind of second-tier Power 5 schools are going to take on, like you're doing with Maryland. Like you said, Maryland's not really known as a football school.
They're not. They're a
basketball school. They're a good lacrosse school. They're up and down with hockey, I think, but mainly basketball, like you were saying, especially when they were in the ACC. Football, they've had a few good years recently, but again, they've never been known. Again, it's a tough conference they're in the Big Ten East. They're playing with Ohio State, Michigan, and Penn State, but still never really known for their football. And that's why I think you have to establish yourself when it comes to the recruiting aspect to get those 5-star recruits to want to come to a school like Maryland and make them pick Maryland over those Big Ten schools, over those other schools in that region, that ACC schools that could have a better football reputation. And that's why I think him having the dilemma of doing that last season when they were struggling did not make a lot of sense. I think you want to establish that for the 5-star players to not only do that, but also want to stay there. If there is going to be a turnaround, get a bowl season, a 6 to 7 win season. If there's going to be a turnaround in that program, it's going to have to come with those 5-star recruits staying there and developing there. And like you're saying too, it's hard in football, especially when those rosters are triple the size of NFL rosters.
53 to 56, right?
It's more than that on a college roster. It's over 100 on a college roster, because a lot of them are shirted. A lot of them are like transferred over and they can't play right away. And there's a lot of duplicate numbers. You look at the roster, so it's like almost double the size of an NFL roster. And depending on the type of program that you are, that means you're looking at more not all of them are going to get NIL.
Well, if you're
money.
on the practice squad, you're not a top recruit. So
Yeah, I would imagine not all of them are, not even like maybe half of them are going to get NIL.
if
money.
you're a 4.5 or 4-star, 5-star recruit, you're going to be a starter, or you're going to be right behind the starters, the backups, to be their backups.
Right.
There's no way you're going to be recruited and you're going to say, listen, you're going to be redshirted the first year. It used to be that way. When I was deciding to go to Maine, New Hampshire, and Niagara, I was told, and I was one of the best United States, I was top 20 United States hockey player when I was 17 years old. I decided to go to Niagara because I did not want to go to Maine and New Hampshire and be redshirted my first year because of some of the best players. Remember, the New Hampshire and Maine at the time were two of the best college programs in the country. So they have all the top recruits from the year before and the year before playing college hockey. Because in the NHL, you want to play 4 years before you even go to the NHL. No matter how high of a draft pick you are, you're probably playing at least 3 to 4 years before you decide, hey, I'm going to play juniors, or hey, I'm going to play AHL hockey. So it's a different world with different sports like Java, AAA, AA, single A. And if you get drafted, more than likely you're not playing college ball. As we all know, Garrett Cole was drafted by the New York Yankees. And he decided, you know what? I'm going to play college ball. I am going to rebut that. And I'm going to go and play for, if I'm not mistaken, UCLA.
UCLA.
Yeah. And then he was a first-round draft pick because the Yankees drafted him in the mid-20s. He goes back into the draft and he gets drafted by Pittsburgh, and he was the number 1 pick, if I'm not mistaken. So he went from like in the 20s to all the way to the number 1. And Garrett Cole is one of the best pitchers when healthy in all of baseball. So we all know the type of talent that he is. But at the time, there were no NIL deals, because if baseball had NIL deals at that time, I could tell you this: Steven Strasburg doesn't jump all the way to the major leagues as fast as he did. Bryce Harper, all these guys that went into the draft. How about this? Do you think, and there's a quarterback in Kyler Murray, if there were NIL deals and he was as good of a baseball player like they say he was, do you think he goes to football or decides, hey, you know what? I could play 4 years of college baseball and make more money doing that and then go into the major leagues? He was a top, 10 first-round draft pick.
Yeah, he was the 6th pick
Well,
by the
hold
Yankees.
on, Errol. Cole was drafted in the first round out of high school.
Yeah, I know. That he decided
you said 20th.
What?
He was drafted 28th in the first round.
Yes, that's what I mean. He was in the 20s.
Still a first round.
Oh,
It was first round pick, and then he decided,
20.
I want to go. I know he's drafted out of high school, and then he wanted to decide if he's going to play college ball or play for the Yankees, and he decided he wanted to go play college ball, so he rebutted the draft, and the Yankees got an extra first round draft pick because Garrett Cole decided to go back
next year,
to go play for UCLA. The fact is, at the time, Garrett Cole was a Yankee, and that's why the Yankees were gunning for him when Houston was fighting to give him another contract and extend him. The Yankees grabbed the guy that Brian Cashman drafted years before he decided to go play college ball. What I'm saying here is, you're going to see that NIL deals are going to drive these young kids to decide, hey, you know what? I don't know what I'm going to do as a pro. I could still make generational type of money playing college sports. And if I make a pro team, I still get a full scholarship. I'm still making millions of dollars as a college player. I got nothing to worry about. The NFL, the NBA, the MLB, the NHL, that's all a plus to me when I move forward after 4 years of college. This will push kids to decide, hey, you know what? I'll play my 4 years of college. I'm not going to rush into playing professional sports because I'm making the money.
Yes.
Yeah, I understand that. But Speedy, you brought up something about the NIL money and, these 5-star guys wanting to keep them for 4 years. This is what I hate about the transfer portal, because and you brought this up when you brought up Saban and raising young men and Belichick, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, are we truly raising young men? Because if you say, and let's do this as a commitment to anything you do in life, when it gets hard, or if you don't like it, or you can go make more money, I'm just going to leave.
Mm-hmm.
Are we truly raising young men where, hey, I can go and make more money, or hey, I didn't get the money I thought, or I didn't get the playing time, I can just leave and go willy-nilly? So are we really raising young men in the aspect of them and their morale? Are we just making them good business people? Those are two different things. They go hand in hand. But if this gets hard, I don't get any playing time. Let me go take an extra year. I don't have to sit out. I can maybe go make a little bit of money. But, I'm not playing, so I'm going to leave because I don't like it. Wah, wah. Well, if you don't like it, play better. So are we truly raising young men, or are we raising young businessmen and women?
Well, and you go back to this, and again, going back to the NIL deals, we go back to the coaches and what the coaches stand for. Is it good for the player to see the coaches? Hey, you know what? Somebody's offering me from $7 million to $13 million. I'm the reason why you're making all that money. I'm the reason why you're ranked in the top 10 in all of the country. I'm the reason why you're up for a national championship.
Okay, so if that's the case, they're getting that money based upon projection, and that's any draft, right? Like we're not talking crazy in that. But also when it comes down to it, okay, we're offering, let's just use 10 million as an example, just an even number. Okay, you're a 5-star coming in, and you kind of touched on this a little bit. Mm-hmm. And you come in and you aren't a 5-star. Okay, you're going to get a signing bonus, but now you're not getting all of that money. But how do you do, that's where I think you were trying to get in to, okay, you come in, you haven't played a snap in college football. We're talking SEC where they're getting the big money. Nebraska is one of the top 10 schools of NIL money just because you have all these rich farmers from Western Nebraska. We have the most billionaires per capita.
I was going to say, Raiola's NIL deal was pretty big, I'm pretty sure.
Well, yeah, but you got to forget, they're just adding monetary. They're not adding the apartment that he got, the free cars that he gets. That's on top of everything. And so for me, it's and you touched on it, where it's okay, you haven't played a snap. So you come in and you're this guy, right? Well, now you're not that guy and you got benched. Oh, you still expect that money? That's where it comes in. Are we raising men, or are you raising young businessmen and women? Because now he doesn't like it. He can go to another school and make money.
What choice do you have for a program like Maryland, though? If you're getting stagnant with football, they've made some few bowl games. Fish was showing the highlights of the Mayo Bowl game, or the Mayo.
They've more bowl games than us.
I know that. That's what I'm saying. A lot of those programs really don't have that kind of choice to be able to just shy that away. Otherwise, you end up with just like Dabo Sweeney that are just going to be anti-transfer portal. And a program like Clemson, maybe you can get away with that because they have a good reputation. A program like Maryland cannot get away with that.
Do you cap it per team, or do you cap it do you tier it 5, 4, 3, 2, or do you okay, this sport gets this? Because obviously we know the footballs and the basketballs are the money-driven sports, right? For us, it's not really. We're we're a volleyball school, and we've got decent basketball, nothing crazy good, but we get good attendance, obviously have great NIL, and we get some decent players, don't get me wrong, but we're a volleyball school and a football school, and most are football, basketball, and then there's football, baseball. It's kind of all over the place. But my question is, do we cap it per player wise? And Speedy, I get what you're saying. It's some of these schools don't have the opportunity, but then you got Oklahoma State or somebody like that has Boone Pickens that just gives billions of dollars. Mind you, he's passed away, but his trust in his family. So I don't know the right. Do you do it? Because then it's kind of unfair. Do you make it like a luxury tax where it becomes okay, this school gets, if it goes above this amount, then a Division I mid-major, like a South Dakota State or something around, I'm just thinking around here, where it's then it trickles down. I just don't know the right answer of how to succumb that.
I think the NCAA will, obviously, when the new rules and the transformation of where the NCAA is going to go with the NIL deals in the next 3 to 4 years, they're going to have some kind of plan. I'm sure a lot of different schools and programs, top schools and programs, are going to find ways where it'll make it easier to get the recruiting players that they want, because everybody knows, and it's the truth. Depending on the sport, the top 10 schools to play basketball, the top 10 schools to play football, the top 10 schools to play baseball, and the top 10 schools to play hockey. So, and then volleyball, and then lacrosse.
Schools that are giving the money no matter what.
If you know that they're the tops of their programs in those areas, that's where the money is going to probably be divided out with those schools. Like Duke is not known for their football, even though they've had guys like Riley Leonard. They've had players come out. Obviously, there's
Danny
another.
Dimes.
Yeah, Danny Dimes that came from the organization, well, the program. And then you look at what are they known for? They're known for their lacrosse, which is one of the best in the country every single year, and their basketball, the Duke Blue Devils, which has really been a powerhouse since Coach K went there. So then you're looking, okay, if I want to go and play for a top collegiate school where I'm going to get a great degree, I'm going to Duke because their program is telling you right now that you're probably going to an Elite Eight every single year, a Sweet 16 every single year, definitely a tournament. And their college lacrosse team always wins. They've won 5 national championships in like 12, 13 years. So that's where you want to go if you're going to Duke. Those are the 2 programs you're going to jump into. It's about money. And I know Fish is going to go into this too, because to me, it's not about how you divide it out. It's when you look at these players and the type of recruiting players they are. Is lacrosse that big of an important sport to go and watch? Is that going to bring a lot of money to, the program? No. The 2 programs, like you were saying, Gaba, that really drives those schools is the basketball program and the football program. Football being number 1, basketball being number 2. That's a fact. Go look at it. Even you look at the NBA and the NFL right now and why they're bringing in so much tens of millions of dollars through sponsors and endorsements and all that other stuff. It's because of what those sports bring back worldwide. Now football is big in England. They might have an English team, maybe in the future. Germany, we saw our first Germany game a couple of years ago with Tom Brady. Remember that? Australia, Brazil. The first game of the season last year, I think if I wasn't mistaken, it was Green Bay and somebody else.
Yeah, Philly.
And that was when, if I'm not mistaken, Love got hurt. He got hurt.
Have they done one in London, or was that baseball?
They've done it a couple of times in
Baseball's
London.
done London too.
The Jaguars are an organization that might want to. Their owner he's foreign. He's a billionaire, and he's always wanted to move the Jacksonville Jaguars to England.
Owns Premier League teams over there as well. I've always thought the perfect name, if they move there, is the London Knights. Wouldn't that be I could see the jersey, I could see the merch. It just is like perfect. I can't believe no one's taken that before. Look,
I was in a Madden franchise with my brother, and the Chargers moved and became that.
That's interesting. I would imagine it would look like a chess piece or something like that. Yeah. You know what I mean?
And you know what I would have as my logo? I would have the sword in the stone. That's what I would have.
Ooh, I like that. See, there's so much merch you can get out of it. It makes so much sense. I mean, there's only so many people who really love Jaguars, I think, out there. But this whole thing, Errol, we were talking about earlier today. You've mentioned a couple of times. I just see this as like the coach getting really frustrated. It's like, all right, so I've got star players. They have to get paid. Then I have starters. They have to get paid. But those starters, a bunch of them were 2-star and 3-star guys that developed, and now they're going into their senior year. So they need to get paid. But I can't pay all of them because I also need to pay the freshman quarterback coming in. I got to pay these the 6'7", 400-pound linemen who can't play at all right now. But I got to pay them because I'm going to develop them. So now this guy, or other guys like a redshirt freshman, 5-star guy who's not playing this year, is walking around campus flaunting money, and you're a starter on the team, and you're looking like a punk, and he's probably talking shit about you too, because he's got this money and you don't. So what's going to happen? You're going to transfer out of there, right? You're going to go where you can be big dog on campus. So now all these teams are going to lose their mid-tier pieces, their depth, and all they're going to have is a bunch of really good players and a bunch of guys that aren't there yet, and you're going to have these locker room issues. You're going to see it completely fall apart. This Maryland program, this guy's gone as a head coach if he can't figure this out this year. I mean, the fact that he admitted it is very brave of him. I think he's a very stand-up guy to say, like, I screwed up. This is why. I did not know how to handle it. And he said, I'll put my desk in the locker room. He's not going to let anyone talk about money in the locker room. He's going to try to make that. I don't know if that works either, though. Like, that's like, how are you going to get people to stop talking about it? You can't stop talking about it. I don't know. I mean, Jabba, in the pros, I would imagine it's a little different, as far as the professionalism of talking about it, but I'm sure you still see some of that, right?
Yeah, I mean, you do, obviously. I think it's a little bit different because there's a lot of, obviously, the USA Today, everybody's opening salaries is on opening day, so you can kind of see everybody. The thing that probably is the only difference is endorsements, and that's about it. But I think more so on the college side is you do see that 2 or 3 guy that is like, okay, well, I've earned my right. Like, I was only getting 10 grand or 20 grand, and now you're bringing in this kid that hasn't done anything, and I've proven, and we've gotten to 2 bowl games while I've been here. Why are you going to give him 500 grand and I'm still only getting 10? So I can see it, and it's just harder. And I've tried to learn as much as I could about the NIL, and it's still all kind of over the place as far as like logistics and how it works. So I don't know if it's public. I don't know if you can go and look. Since some of them aren't technically,
what you were saying before, Java, like how are they going to distribute them to good programs versus like the most profitable sports?
Right, and it's like okay, yeah, you have profitable in one sport, but all your other stuff stinks, right? So you're like, what? So I don't know the balance. I don't know the right answer, but yeah, it's just I think it's tough too because that like Fish. That's a great question because like. The unknown is like, is this dude really making the 300 grand that I heard, or is that just hearsay? So I think it's a little bit harder and plus you still got guys like still growing up. They're still teenagers. So that's a big deal. Like once you're in the big leagues, it's like, hey, I'm here. I'm making good money. Obviously, some guys are making crazy money, but you're like, I'm doing all right.
The NIL deals also, even though there's a certain amount of money that you can dish out to a certain one of these players and superstar players that they're going to bring up or bring in either through the portal or through recruiting them, there's still money going to be pitched under the table. And I don't care what anybody says. There's still going to be crooked crooked schools that are going to have the coaches do it, or they're going to have somebody handing these kids some kind of money where everything that they're like probably not getting because the school is saying, you know what, we're going to give it to this guy and we're going to give you some money under the table. That to me is going to be something that the NCAA is going to have to look at too in the future because it's not only going to be the big recruiting schools, it's going to be the smaller ones because that is more likely to happen in the smaller schools knowing that they're going to be able to dish that kind of money and try to get a top tight end or a top quarterback or whatever they decide they think is best for their school and winning or trying to win a ball game. Because remember, every time you go and play in a ball game when it comes to college football, you'll automatically, if I'm not mistaken, making $10 million.
Yeah, and I think the conference gets a percentage too.
Yeah.
It's going to incentivize for football programs, other sports to be able to grow that way too. Jeff was saying too, like at certain types of bowl games, depending on the level of bowl games, will get a certain amount of money as well.
It's a good argument to where the NIL is going to go, and obviously they're going to have to sit down and decide how this money is going to be divvied out or how this portal thing that they have right now, which everybody is using, because I want to go play with Deion Sanders. And then after that, you don't like Deion, I want to go and be coached by Dabo Sweeney or one of these other guys. I want to go to Georgia. I want to go to Tennessee because they're a great program and I love the coach. Or I want to go and be coached by Bill Belichick's wife or fiance, future wife, and like to look at those tits and ass for the next couple of years. I wouldn't mind that.
Maybe she's got some friends for me if I'm a 5-star.
I mean, that's part of it too, right?
Hey,
Like the women on campus and everything.
I won't drop names, but we had a house that you went to when it was recruiting weekend. It's true.
We're doing that.
Everybody does.
Hey, Jabba, I asked AI to show us what the Nebraska rich businessmen look like, and it came up with this for us.
Sounds about right.
The corn mafia.
Believe it.
Is there actually a corn mafia? Is there really?
I would assume
all those farmers in Western Nebraska. I don't necessarily know, but like if you cross, like if you try to like cross pollinate, like and like get over in somebody's, like it could be a row of whether it's beans or corn or wheat or barley. Like it's fighting words. Like I got a buddy, they farm 21,000 acres. And so, yeah, it's those Western
What'd you say about my barley?
Yeah.
What did you say about my barley?
Yeah, and the best part is one of my good buddies in Western Nebraska. He works for a financial company, and literally they meet every morning for coffee, and he just manages their money. That's all he does. They meet every morning for coffee, and their average age. Well, he's 48, and he took over for a good friend of mine's dad who retired, and he was like 80. And he's like, yeah, these dudes are like 84, 81, 80. And he goes, we sit and have coffee every morning and talk about what we need to do. And
Coffee. It's coffee.
it's coffee.
It's coffee. Coffee.
Coffee.
Well, speaking about farm states, on the Pat McAfee show, Tyrese Haliburton opened up about his Achilles injury, his first public statement since his injury. He said that the injury felt like he got kicked by a ball in the back of his leg, and he knew it was a torn the moment he fell down. He added that he tried to replicate Kobe Bryant's unbelievable game where he shot free throws after tearing his Achilles, but knew that he couldn't. He added that the injury didn't come as a result of the workload, just saying it was a bad lucky break. He also doesn't blame the fact that the season was too long or players are playing too many minutes per game. Haliburton visited Kevin Durant after his Achilles surgery, and KD jokingly said he was sick of being known as the Achilles guy after both Jason Tatum and Damian Lillard visited him too. The Pacers confirmed that Haliburton has no chance of playing in 2025 NBA season, even if they go to the playoffs. It's funny because we talk about these Achilles tears and we see it going on right now in the NFL. And I've asked many different ex-players or even coaches that have come on this show, or even Offset, I've spoken, on social media and got into a conversation of what do you think is the reason why these Achilles injuries are happening? And in football, a lot of people are saying it's the turf. It's the cleats that they're using, being that they're much deeper cleats, and depending on the position and their weight and the athletic ability some of these guys have, it's been more often than that there's been Achilles after Achilles after Achilles injury in the NFL. When you talk about the NBA, there were a few ones over the years that really came to me. And I'll give you the ones that really stuck out to me. First, it was Kobe Bryant. Kobe Bryant, when he tore his Achilles, and he was in his mid-30s. This guy was at the tail end of his career. When he tore his Achilles, he was never the same player. He never was. And if you watch the Kobe Bryant documentary that's been on Showtime plenty of times before he passed away, it was a very interesting documentary because at the time that he tore his Achilles, he had the camera following him. And he couldn't believe how much work he had to put in to getting back on an NBA court, and he was never the same. The other one that really stuck out to me over the years was Klay Thompson. Klay Thompson, remember, he tore his ACL, if I'm not mistaken, first. And then he tore his Achilles. And as soon as when you tear your ACL, you usually can come back at full strength. We've seen it. We've seen Peterson do it. We've seen NBA players do it. I've seen it plenty of times that people from a torn ACL has come back. When you tear your Achilles, where you're jumping and doing all those things on a basketball court that not normal people could do, the chances you coming back and being the same player is slim to none. So we go, and we can argue these points about what Tyrese Haliburton's saying. He's trying to figure it out. The NBA is trying to figure out how they can clean it up. And Adam Silver and the LJA is sitting with their captains. As we all know, LeBron James is the lead general. And then you have Carmelo Anthony, who's no more part of the NBA, but he's there.
The LJA minions.
Chris Paul, Dwayne Wade, all those guys. They're sitting there talking to the LJA and making decisions for the NBA. As we all know, Dwayne Wade is a a co-owner or a piece owner over there in Utah.
I think
wonder
Chris
why.
Paul's now the leader of the NBA players.
And now you have Carmelo Anthony coming out and saying he wants to own a team in the future too.
Okay.
What's next, ladies and gentlemen?
You can buy the Knicks from James Dolan.
Enough said. The fact here is Tyrese Haliburton is one of the best young point guards in the NBA. Lengthy, talented, gifted athlete. Tore his Achilles. He's in his early 20s. And you're tearing your Achilles early. So you question, why is this happening to young guys? That's what these guys haven't played as long as Luka and Luka's been in the league for 5 years, but not even him. Jokic or or the Greek freak, Giannis, any one of these guys that are in their 30s now. And you wonder, hey, who and what and how are we going to blame this story on something where the LJA can figure out how they can clean up this mess? There is no way to clean up this mess because I have the reason. I told Fish my opinion on why I think the NBA needs to look not at the league as it's 82 games or the coaches playing them too long of minutes, as we know Thibodeau did for the New York Knicks, or any excuse to say that it doesn't make sense. Here's the sense here. I own, and hold on, I want to show you guys something. I'm a sneaker collector, okay? This is a sneaker. You see it right over here? This is an Air. This is an Air Max. It's very known, very nice color. I've got 300 sneakers. I threw it on the ground. I got 300 sneakers in my studio set up to show when people come to the studio. And I look at these sneakers because I'm a sneakerhead. That's what they call us. They call us sneakerheads. These NBA players, they're sneakerheads too. These hip-hop artists are sneakerheads too. When I look at a sneaker from the 90s, and I should have brought one because I have it over there. I have the Charles Barkley's, okay? And Charles Barkley had a very common, popular basketball Nike shoe in the 90s. And he wore it, and a lot of people went out there and bought, they're crying with their mommy. Give me a Michael Jordan. I want a Michael. Dennis Rodman. I got him. All these idiots. They're out there screaming, blah, 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 Christmas time, Thanksgiving, or back to school, Daddy and Mommy. I want my 2 Jordans for the year. We all know this. You look at the sneaker now, and you look at the sneaker then. The sneakers then were built to fit every foot. That's what they were. I mean, they made these sneakers. They didn't mimic these guys' feet. They're not using scientific padding and trying to calculate what weight fits better on this guy's foot than that guy's foot or that woman's foot. No, it's not like that. What they do now is they custom make the shoe. They make it even cheaper than they did in those days. Because
and when did basketball shoes become in low tops? I don't remember that.
I'm gonna explain something to you. I'm gonna give you my theory here, and I'm gonna teach you a little bit about sneakers that some people, if you're not a sneakerhead, you wouldn't even know. When you buy sneakers now, you're buying a Giannis sneaker because you want to play basketball and you want to use this sneaker. Giannis wears it, I want to wear it, right? You go out and buy a Giannis shoe right now, the pressure that it has on your ankles, you can't wear it. It puts too much pressure. And guess what? It's lighter. It's a lighter sneaker. So it's not heavy. So here's what happens when you have a lighter sneaker. You roll your ankles or you tear your Achilles. Because there's more pressure on the part of your ankle to the top of your Achilles than the sneakers that were made in the 90s when it was more built for the flat part of your foot, or they had weight and pad behind it. It was very well built on the calf end of the shoe. Okay, that and you could see it. I could show you right now the difference between if you went and bought an Anthony Hardaway sneaker. Penny was a very popular player for the Orlando Magic, and he had those Air. Remember his sneaker, the Air on the side of it?
Like the Nike went like this, like that little loop.
Nike had Air, yep. He had all different styles. Okay? Here's the thing. I have his old sneaker. And I have his new sneaker that they redid in from the 90s all the way to the 2020s. That's like 30 something years. They're significantly different in many different ways. The weight, the padding on the inside, and the pressure that they're lighter. So it's more pressure on the calf end and the ankle end of the sneaker when you try to jump and you try to run with them. So what does this tell me? And I'm going to give you guys my thought on why the Achilles are happening in the NBA. It's the sneaker. It's Nike. It's Reebok now with Shaquille O'Neal and Allen Iverson. It's Converse. It's Adidas. It's all these basketball sneakers that are coming out, and they're buying these players and asking, hey, you know what, we're going to pay you $170 million to wear our shoe, and we're going to make a shoe just for you. These players are now going out there and wearing their own shoe. Yes, they're made for them. Yes, they're made for them to show off and obviously bring to the forefront so they can sell 1 million of them. They're wearing a shoe that was designed to fit them and lighter, because they were wearing those sneakers when they were younger. The sneakers were heavier, built better. Look, hey, I got one for you guys to remember. Remember Williamson?
Oh, yeah.
Remember that? Remember him when he played Duke?
Scandal,
Like he tried to stop and his whole soul fell off?
Whole soul fell off. Why do you think the soul fell off, guys? Because
he's not a normal-sized human being and he can't stop.
The sneakers,
no, the sneakers were defective.
No.
Oh, yeah.
The sneakers are lighter now. And now these guys are much bigger, much faster, much more athletic. So when they're like stopping on a dime, you're stopping on a dime. You have like a 270, 260 pound man, athletically gifted, stopping. What do you think is going to happen to a light shoe that doesn't have the right seam, or it's not as tight of a seam as they've made in the 90s and very well built? The sneakers in the 90s and the 80s are so much better than the sneaker now. Much better. You could see the difference. It's because of the sneakers, I believe the NBA has a problem. The NBA needs to look into how Nike is building these sneakers. They're using this science stuff that they're calculating with, and they have these computers, and the computers are telling. Computers can't tell you everything. You got to go out there and you got to wear the sneaker, and you got to practice and use it numerous amount of times. How many players wear the same sneaker the next game? Honestly, not
well,
many.
they give them away half the time.
Kobe Bryant actually, and this is the truth, Kobe Bryant came out and said that every single game, actually every first and fourth quarter, he changed his sneakers in every single game of his career. Think about that. Think about how many sneakers Kobe Bryant went through in his how many years of playing NBA basketball?
Yeah, like almost 20.
I bet he didn't do that his whole career. I bet he figured it out after a while.
He's popular enough where he could have done it.
He said that he wore a different sneaker in the first and fourth quarter. I've seen an interview that he had, and the guy asked him, he said, how many sneakers do you go through every single year in an NBA season? He says, I don't know. I use 2 different sneakers in every single game. And he says in the first and fourth quarter. And he explained why. There was a story on why Kobe Bryant, I don't know if it was high school or middle school when he was playing basketball, but he wears different sneakers in the first in every single game. So my point here is I think there's an interesting argument and really an interesting debate where the NBA's got to stop making excuses because of the minutes and all that other stuff. It's just like baseball with the UCL. Well, all these different scouts and all these different executives are trying to figure out why the UCL is tearing as much as it has over the years, when you're not going to get a definite answer because guys like Max Scherzer came out and explained the scientific understanding on what you shouldn't be doing as a youth, as a pitcher. I'm just speaking the truth here. There's a reason. There's a mathematical equation here. And the math here only spells one thing to me. It's the sneaker. It is the sneaker on the reason why. Let's go look at the Achilles tears. What does Durant wear? What kind of sneakers does Durant wear?
I thought he was a Nike guy.
Nike.
Okay. All right. Klay Thompson, what sneaker does he wear?
I'm not sure.
I'm pretty sure it's a Nike.
Nike, yeah.
I'm pretty sure. Just don't quote me on this, but I'm pretty sure. Haliburton, what kind of sneaker does he wear?
He was a Nike.
He's a Nike. Okay? Here comes the math here. If you look at the calculations, now Kobe Bryant was not Nike.
Adidas to start.
It was Adidas, and then he moved to Nike. Mm-hmm. And when he tore his Achilles, what was he wearing? A Nike sneaker. So think about this. Now, I'm not blaming Nike, and Nike, don't kill me on this. I'm not trying to get sued here. I think that the NBA needs to start to investigate what and how they're building these sneakers for these players. If they expect these players to not miss as much time as they're going to, and maybe not even be the same player. You're talking about three of the biggest stars in the NBA. Damian Lillard, who's been a big, huge superstar player for forever. Jason Tatum's one of the best power forwards in the NBA.
And he was wearing Jordans. I just look up the image.
Okay.
When he went down.
And then who's the other one that went down? Tyrese Haliburton. You could argue he's the most athletically gifted point guard in the NBA. So think about that. And they're all wearing Nike sneakers practically. That's scary. And now, again, I'm not saying this is just Nike. And I'm not blaming Nike and throwing Nike under the bus. I'm not doing that. I just think that it's the sneaker. It's not the court. The court's the same. It always is. What are they putting new wax on it? Are you kidding me? It's not the court. It's not the practices. They're actually, to me, they're babied more than they ever have been. So don't blame the practices. Michael Jordan used to practice all day long and they're playing an NBA game. And he played a practice like an NBA game. Imagine dealing with somebody like that, ruthless and crazy, like Michael Jordan.
Yeah.
I'm just speaking the truth here.
He'd also go play 36 holes and then drop 50 on you.
Well, that's true too. And also, how about this? Doing an all-nighter and going gambling and winning a couple of hands and then going and playing in a playoff NBA game and scoring 50. So I've heard stories like that with
55 and telling everyone he had the flu.
Yes.
When he was gambling in Atlantic City till 3 a.m. I've heard that story too.
Yeah. So my
Damian Lillard was wearing Adidas.
Yes. Yeah. But I'm just saying, if you look at the numbers would tell you over the years, they have been Nike shoes more than any other shoe. Now, again, Nike's the most popular brand. I know everybody's going to say, well, Nike's a popular brand. The fact here is, I'm just speaking the truth here. How many college players have torn their Achilles in the NCAA?
It's not really a young guy injury, so I can't really think of any.
Exactly. You just gave the answer to my equation here.
But also in college now too, they're making it for your foot.
Yeah, I mentioned that to you.
It's like insoles,
earlier,
but not the shoe per se, I guess.
The thing that I was saying is for football, and at least Division I football, all the offensive linemen have those double leg braces on to prevent some kind of knee injury because they get rolled up on all the time. Why NBA players or college players even don't have custom orthotics in every single sneaker that they wear when they're going onto a court is beyond me. Why the team or maybe the league or however they should do it. I don't know why you wouldn't do that to protect your investment. It makes no sense to me.
That's why I think the LJA should be looking and investigating in these sneaker situations. I'm not saying that these sneakers are made to hurt these guys. I don't think they're purposely doing it. But the way they're designing these sneakers because they want it to sell in stores and remember, they want to make it as cheap as possible and sell it for most so they can make the most profits. It wasn't like that in the 90s. If you look at the Air Ones and you look at the Air Ones that they remade in different colors, they're completely different sneakers. That's why the first Air Ones, if you have a good pair of them, they're worth like $15,000 if they're in good shape. If you bought an Air One right now, they're not even worth $100,000. Okay.
And I probably imagine there's at least 5 times the amount of players that have their own sneakers now compared to back then.
And everybody says, well, it's because of the age. This is not wine, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. It's not about fine wine. I'm telling you guys factual information for a guy that's a sneakerhead and knows sneakers. I know sneakers. I know sneakers better than anybody, definitely in this studio with Speedy and everybody on here. I know Jabba probably has a lot of sneakers.
And probably more than all our guests.
I've been a sneaker collector since I was 14 years old. I know Jabba's a hat collector. I know he's collecting hats forever. I remember, you see, Jabba, I listen. You think I don't listen to you? I remember what you said about your hat collection. And
I don't think I have one pair of Nikes though.
Okay.
I can. I'm an Adidas guy.
Maybe that's why you didn't tear your Achilles.
I do have a different theory on what could be the Achilles issue, and I talked to you about it earlier also, Errol. That one of the biggest moves that's come into the game in the past decade, really kind of starting with James Harden, is the step back, right? And when you do the step back, you end up putting one of your legs out of the frame of your body. Now, when I coach football, if a lineman does that, I tell him he's false stepping, and he's stepping backwards to go forward. So you push off by really just extending your calf at maximum effort, and that's how you go forward. So when you step back to do that, you're doing that in reverse action in basketball. Every single one of these Achilles injuries that you see, it's from that foot being outside of the frame of the body, whether we're talking about Jason Tatum diving for that ball and pushing off the ground, or we're talking about Haliburton trying to do kind of like, stepping around, doing a fancy move with the ball, kind of doing a step back, or at least part of a step back in that process. I even talk about Dre Greenlaw hopping up and doing that exact same motion, trying to run onto the field in the second half, extending the calf away from his body.
That has something to do with turf. I do believe
it's
that.
not the turf. It's just like the way the body mechanics go.
They said the Raiders that the turf over there is one of the worst when it comes to new stadiums in all of the NFL.
Yeah.
And I listen, I know everybody's going to go and they're going to say, what do you know about this? You don't know anything. You're talking. You shouldn't be on radio. Kiss my ass, ladies and gentlemen. I'll give you what I have to say, and you can eat it, suck it, and dish it out to Speedy's dog, Jack. Right? Is his name Jack? Jake, there it is. I'm trying to help. But here's the facts. You have to look at the situation for what it is. Now, NBA players aren't wearing cleats, are they? But guess what? There are Nike cleats out there, are they not? They're making cleats. And again, a lot of these players, like Patrick Mahomes has his own custom-made cleat. By who? Nike. So what I'm trying to say here is it's not Nike's fault. I'm not blaming Nike. I'm not going to get myself into trouble. I think Nike is the best when it comes to sneakers in all of sneaker collections. I'm going to tell you this right now. They're my favorite. From top to bottom, Nike's my favorite. The fact is, because Nike is a multi-billion-dollar, trillion-dollar organization, I do believe that they're just trying to scout up and grab all the top players in professional sports, including basketball, and give them what they want, their own designer shoe, their own colors that they want, so they can sell as many as they possibly can and not care about the making of the shoe and the player that's playing in them. I've said this, and it's a big problem. And the LJA as an organization needs to get LeBron James in on it. He needs to use his security and everything that he does with Rich Paul to sneak away and figure out what Nike, Adidas, Converse, and all these companies are doing when they're making these sneakers. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, it's interesting because I think for the sake of Achilles injuries in general, like there's not really other factors you can blame the same way like you can with football with the turf. Like,
what is it? I mean, seriously, if it's different, if it's not the sneakers, what is it?
Yeah, because there's nothing on the court that's distinctly different in any way. It's not like even in baseball too, where you have different ballparks, different hybrid turf surfaces as well, and different types of dirt as well. And I think football, college football too, has that same problem when they're switching to playing in NFL stadiums a lot of the time. But basketball, it's not like the paint or the wood is any different. That's what you're saying.
you know what the common refrain is it's too many games.
Yep.
Too many games playing too close together.
Celtics do very good at load managing their stars, and it's helped them in years past stay healthy. So you can't really blame that one thing for Tatum's injury the same way you would say if one of the Knicks players had it with a bad injury like that because Tom Thibodeau wore out the players or one of those types of teams. Like the Celtics actually did a really good job for the last few years at load managing. That's why, besides I think 1 year their regular season like win total wasn't like insane, because Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum were low managing. And I don't think the Pacers really were doing that kind of thing with Haliburton either, where he was trying to work him too much. It was just more of like, all right, it took a while for the season to get going. The Pacers were the 7th seed at the All-Star break type thing.
Well, it's the calf injury, right? Like we should talk about that before we finish this. These calf injuries, they're not minor. Even if you feel good enough to play on, if they shoot you up with enough that you feel fine. Let's face it, Haliburton was playing great until he had that injury in that game. He probably felt like $1 million. He said he felt like $1 million, and then it was gone. If you remember the game before, he wasn't a primary ball handler in that game. He facilitated in Game 6 after he tweaked it the first time, right? So they really should have played him the exact same way in Game 7, but really he was doing all these fancy footwork things, and if you do too much on that calf, if you make the calf the primary muscle you're pushing off of, I mean, Jabba, you know this as a pitcher. You've got to engage your glutes. You got to engage all 4 muscles of your quad. The calf shouldn't be the primary muscle you're pushing off on. You're going to hurt yourself if you're doing that, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's weird. Like all the way we, if we do it in a weird way that usually not as our main one, that's kind of when you get hurt. And it's always like when you, and it's kind of cliche, but as athletes and as coaches, it's like, yeah, you're trying to push through something, but something has to give because you're compensating, because you already know it sucks. So you're trying to like not make it hurt, and then you end up hurting something else that's not even hurt because you're compensating and doing things the way your body's not normally used to doing it.
I also don't think it's the step back theory that you have. I'm not attacking what you believe, and maybe you have some kind of argument to it. Again, Michael Jordan was the king of doing that. Hakeem Olajuwon was the king of doing that. Did they ever tear their Achilles?
Well, I mean, Jordan was doing a fadeaway. It's a little different than this. I mean, I'm thinking about the James Harden step back. You know what I mean?
Carmelo. I mean, he did a lot of step back jump shots.
Look, Larry Bird did it the most, I would say, before this common era. Larry Bird constantly would just do a jab at a guy, step back, and just talk shit and drain it in the guy's face. But none of that looked as dynamic as some of what these super athletes are doing right now.
Who did that?
You know? What's that? I'm sorry, you went.
Dirk Nowitzki was another one that did that step back jump.
Dirk did a version of it where he was just so tall and he kind of like used his other leg to shield his body so he can get some room.
Achilles.
He never did. And it's really interesting. Like the young guys tearing it, they got to do something. I think there's a combination of factors. I don't know if it's the games. I would be willing to bet what you're saying with the sneakers has a ton of validity, because you know that companies are selling sneakers to make money, not for safety reasons.
And remember how long it took them to make a prototype in those days. I'm not talking about the Jordan 1s, which they made a prototype right away because they knew they had to draw Michael Jordan to come in, and he didn't want to play. He didn't want it to anything to do with Nike. He wanted to go to Converse or Adidas. That's where. But
did you watch that movie, the Matt Damon, Ben Affleck movie, Air?
Movie. And a lot of the story isn't true, by the way, but some of it is. And it's a great story because the guy that really discovered Michael Jordan is the same guy that argued and was the front runner for the NIL deals, believe it or not, if you guys don't know that. So I'm just saying, when I'm looking at sneakers and I look at the defining building block that they're trying to sell out there to the fan, they're only selling the look. They're not selling the comfortability. They're not selling. That's why, if you notice, why did the Yeezys, when they came out, remember the Kanye West, they were selling for like $500, $600, $700. People were spending that kind of money for Yeezys. And now, obviously, his problem with over the years with Adidas, there's no more Yeezys, or you can only get fake ones, replicated ones. But what I'm trying to say is they were made very, very well. If you put a Yeezy on and you put a regular sneaker on, you could see the difference on the protection of your feet and the pad and the way, how they defined the product so people would want to buy them. When you look at
they were comfortable.
Yes. They're looking at these sneakers, the Nike sneakers, they're sensational to look at, not very comfortable to wear when you're walking. Michael Jordans, they're not comfortable until you build them in. It takes a while to build in. They hurt the hell out of your feet. And you always got to get it one bigger size. And this is a tip for all you fans out there. If you like Jordan 1s, and they're, to me, the most popular and the ones that I would tell you to get if you're going to get Jordans with the colors, you have to get a size or a half a size bigger depending on the sneaker. If they're obviously the Jordan, high tops, I would get a size bigger. If they're low tops, I would get a half a size bigger. I'm telling you guys, I've been wearing sneakers my whole life. I'm like the king of understanding what hurts and what doesn't. I'm just telling you. I believe the factual thought of what the NBA needs to look into is the sneaker and the way it is built And as fast as it's built by just looking at science and trying to define on how and why it would be a good product to sell when it comes to the player. I don't like it, and I think the NBA just needs to figure that out. That's just my opinion. That's it. It's sad.
I want to mention the difference as well. We've seen a lot of, like you're saying, explosive.
And I say, I'm sorry to cut you off.
Yeah.
I say it's sad because everybody's going to say, what the hell are you talking about? You don't know what you're talking about. It's sad because that is the only reason why I believe that these Achilles problems are still more defined or we're trying to find answers behind it. That's all I'm saying. That's why it's sad. Okay.
Yeah, I was going to say there's not really also a positional split in terms of what we've seen, because a lot of the big men we've seen in recent years have had Achilles injuries too. DeMarcus Cousins was a big one. I think Andre Drummond as well, another big one that had that. Now you're seeing it recently, like you said.
Both of them wearing Nike.
Yeah, and now you're seeing it with these guards too. Tatum's a bigger wing that's dribbled the ball up a lot now too. So again, there's no distinct theory on if it's ball handling, it's even intensity. Like Fish, you were saying, like Haliburton made it a move, trying to stretch it on a dribble too. Like again, we've also seen these power players tear their Achilles the same way too. And maybe the big men is probably what you were saying is the analogy with the offensive line in football. Maybe it's the same kind of motion.
And I attacked Nike again on this segment, not for them to hate me, because my favorite sneaker is Nike, and I would not pick any sneaker over Nike out of all the sneakers that I buy. I have Yeezys. I have every single sneaker you can name. Adidas, Converse. I wouldn't buy any sneaker over Nike. But there's just something behind this that maybe the LJA needs to investigate. Hey, why don't they send Carmelo Anthony and Chris Paul? I think they'd be good investigators. Could you imagine those two guys as a comedy? That would be a comedy, watching Carmelo Anthony, who's 6'8", and Chris Paul, who's like 6'2", come into your building and say, I'd like to see all the paperwork on that sneaker.
Carmelo Anthony, shoe detective? Is that what you're getting at?
They're going to just walk around with like glasses of wine the whole time, just like sipping on it, smoking cigars.
Melo was a Jordan guy. What was CP3?
Wasn't a Jordan guy. Hold on.
He just signed for his 21st year, Chris Paul.
Was it Nike? I think Chris Paul was Nike.
I thought he had his own shoe at one point.
He's Jordan. He's Jordan.
He has Nike.
He's Jordan too?
Yeah. Dwayne Wade, I think, was Jordan too, if I'm not mistaken.
No, Dwayne Wade was – I mentioned this in the chat. Carter, his senior year, he started making his own shoe, Way of Wade's, out of China.
Oh, okay.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Oh,
Yeah.
And that was something else I wanted to say before we get on to, because we're still waiting for our guest. I wanted to say one more thing. Starberries, remember when those things came out? The dollar sneakers?
Like, he's a legend over there, man.
Listen to this. And I told this to Fish too, for all you guys to understand why everybody made fun of Starberries. Those are crappy sneakers. They were so very well built that I bought a ton of. I was a basketball player, when I played basketball when I was a kid, I would go out and buy a bunch of pairs of Starberries because, one, they're made for basketball. They're good on your ankles, a lot of padding, and I played very well with them. Yes, they broke. Yes, they ripped. Yes, they teared very fast. They were $1. I would rather spend $1 on a good pair, and not an ugly pair of sneakers that I could play some ball with, than going out and spending $200 on a sneaker that honestly is hurting my foot, even though it looks good, and bothering certain aspects of my future when it comes to walking, working, or even getting a chance to run with my kid in the future. Nikes have been a big problem, and beating them in or wearing them in is so very hard to do because you have to wear them consistently and it hurts your feet. So
did you? Is those and one joints in your collection?
Yes, I have a pair of N1s. Yes, first pair. I don't collect any of them. Now they sell in Walmart, and I'll tell you this, women can find some nice stuff in Walmart. Guys, if you shop at Walmart, shame on you. They've
got some good theme shirts, like some ones you can just wear once for like an outing, because if you try to wash them, they become like a crop top.
And one had the best shorts back in the day. The mesh shorts. They don't make them anymore the way they used to, because now
they were
shorter.
Like the first ones with pockets.
They had pockets. They were absolutely the best basketball shorts. I don't know why they changed up the way they make them, but it's a lot cheaper and kind of ratty now. I don't think N1's the same quality they used to be, if they're even still owned by the same people.
It's pretty cool when you're trying to figure out or argue a point that everybody's going to have their own opinion by, and probably nobody's ever used that opinion. Like and that's what makes it unique. And Fish came to me and he asked me, well, how would you attack this? I think it's a sneaker. And he says, why? And then I gave him my take to it. And he says, that I've never heard anything like that before. This would be a great topic to argue. And I feel like the NBA, LJ, whatever you want to call it, they're looking at the big picture. Yes, it's bringing in money. They're endorsing so many great players and future Hall of Famers. What they're not doing is protecting those assets as they move forward in their careers, and you expect them to be the face of your product. Because think about it. How many guys could you tell me right now in the NBA in 5 years is going to be better than Tyrese Haliburton? How many? This guy's 22, 23 years old.
He's 25.
Still young. He's not even in prime.
You said the face of basketball.
No, I didn't.
And Cooper Flag.
Cooper Flag is going to be the face of the NBA and USA basketball. I do. I think he's going to be one of them. I think Haliburton, he's such a young guy right now, and he hasn't even fully developed. Just think about it. There's not many guys in the NBA like him. A stretch, 6'6" point guard that can take the ball up, shoot the ball, and do so many things. Rebound, pass. I mean, this guy, he's just a way better version, and I know people might think I'm crazy, of Russell Westbrook. That's what he is. He's a better version of Russell Westbrook. Why? Because he plays defense. Russell Westbrook don't. That's the difference. But I think that this kid has the ability, the athletic ability to go up and down the court. He's so very good. And by the way, Russell Westbrook couldn't shoot like this guy. He didn't hit big shots like this guy. This guy, last year's playoffs, in every single series, daggered every one of those teams that he beat. Just think about it. He daggered every one of those teams. In Indiana, they had the hardest path to the NBA Finals, if you think about it, too. Just think about it. So I just think when you're hearing it from Haliburton's not going to throw the NBA or a sneaker contract under the bus. Why would he ever do that when he's making millions and millions of dollars and he could get sued or he could get dropped by that organization? No. He's going to sit there and he's not going to give you an answer. When everybody, if you're sitting here listening to us right now, any kind of answer to this, you would understand that the only way this could be happening is because of the sneaker. That's the only reason. The way you land. How many times have you heard, Joppa, when somebody says they tear their Achilles, they can't put their heel on the ground? Every time they try to put the heel on the ground, they have shooting pains up their leg. How many times have you heard when you try to grab what do they call this over here, Speedy? What do they call this?
I don't even know. I'm not the anatomy expert.
The back of the ankle, right over there, where the bone's sticking out. Why do they say that when doctors grab that, they can tell you automatically if you tore your Achilles? Because they notice that the muscle just teared right off of that. So, because that's where it's connected to. It's just, to me, I just think that the NBA just, for the amount of money that they're making and they're bringing in, they should absolutely take care of the players that are bringing in that kind of money and making it an asset of a sport, as we all know internationally. Just my thought. And now, ladies and gentlemen, our deuce of the day.
The deuce of the day.
You not a log. I don't have a log, but
All right, ladies and gentlemen, my deuce of the day has to go to the Pittsburgh Steelers, an organization that are absolutely out there when it comes to deciding who they're going to pay or who they're trading for, an organization that never went out there and bought a wide receiver, or did they recently, as they traded for one in DK Metcalf, an organization that has said many times over the years that their coaches are players' coaches, but one of them can't get out of the first round, and players' coaches don't really win games. Or the same organization that had the best player in the league, besides a quarterback, and waited till really camps open up to pay him. What does that smell? Well, it smells a lot like garbage, dump, or whatever you want to say, and you're mixed up in one. The fact is, TJ Watt has been the best player in the league, not a quarterback, in the last 3 seasons has been untouchable. When people were comparing, obviously, Micah Parsons to him and Myles Garrett to him and all these pass rushers, none of them touched the numbers of this man. When you look at the beginning of the offseason, who got the money first? Myles Garrett. Has Myles Garrett, as good as Myles Garrett is, and by the way, was the number 1 pick in the first round, 5, 6, 7 years ago?
Same draft as TJ Watt.
Okay? TJ Watt, who was drafted 30, is considered a better all-around player, PPR, PPF, whatever you want to do it, your algorithms on YouTube and all that other garbage. The fact that Pittsburgh waited this long to pay this man a 3-year, $42.5 million contract tells me they're a dumb organization and almost lost the best player they've had, really, since I would say Ben Roethlisberger, if you really ask me. So it just tells me Hahn gets an extended contract. You're going to pay this guy and give him an extended contract for all the garbage he has put together over the last couple of years. They haven't won anything. They haven't even been into an AFC title game in how long? This has been a joking organization. They're going to keep that idiot in office. To me, it only smelled like crap. And that's why I'm going to give him the deuce of the day. There's no way you could sit here and tell me that this organization knows what they're doing. And Mike Tomlin could be on his way out at the end of the season if he doesn't know how to control this worthless, no good quarterback who has come out numerous amount of times saying that he could still be an elite quarterback in the league. So that's my deuce of the day. Pittsburgh Steelers, stupid organization, even dumber, bringing in DK Metcalf, and it's going to come back, backhand them right in the face. Let me ask you guys a question. You look at, and this is just the facts here. They traded a wide receiver to the Cowboys, okay? And he's a really good wide receiver. Couldn't control him. Mike Tomlin has always said that he's a player's coach, but could never control his big personalities. Couldn't control Le'Veon Bell. Couldn't control, obviously, Santonio Holmes over the years. Couldn't control any of those guys, even Antonio Brown. And this organization decides to trade a guy that they can't control for another guy that was crying and complaining in Seattle because he wasn't making enough. I mean, come on. To me, you're just bringing in another problem. And then to top it all off, you're bringing the biggest problem and the biggest mouth in professional football as Pat McAfee and Aaron Rodgers.
You just really like that ayahuasca.
It doesn't make sense. And now they're giving this guy Hahn an extended contract. Is that his name, Hahn?
Omar Khan. Now, he wasn't the
Khan.
GM the whole time, but the Steelers have not won a playoff game in TJ Watt's career.
I don't care how long he's been there. You give him an extension when this is an organization with all this talent when it comes to defense, and they can't get out of the first round. Look at the teams that have beaten them over the last eight years. They were better than practically 5 or 6 of those teams, and they lost. Not against Buffalo. I'm not going to talk about that game.
Yeah, but they had 48 points to the Blake Bortles-led Jaguars.
It's embarrassing. It is embarrassing, and I'm not going to sit here and beat around the bush, and nobody, honestly, out there would actually believe that they're a smart organization because they're not. And there are not many smart organizations. Remember when Pittsburgh was looked at as one of the smart ones, and so were the Giants. Over the last couple of years, would you put the Giants and the Pittsburgh Steelers on the top? Not a chance in hell. I'd put Philadelphia. I'd put Kansas City. Philadelphia has been a laughingstock when it came to executives and organizations and the way they're run. Look at how they're run right now.
Yeah, the Eagles, like maybe 2 years in a row, they'll be bad, and they bounce back quickly. The Giants have never recovered.
No, and that you want to know why? And all you Giant fans, here's where it's going to sink really deep into your brains. It was a coach that won 2 of them that surprised the New England Patriots not once but twice and beat them undefeated. Tom friggin' Coughlin. That was the reason why your team fell flat on their ass, because they decided, hey, we're not going to give them the defensive players we want because we want Ben McAdoo. Wonderful move for the New York Giants. Wonderful move for John Mara, who, by the way, was right again about Saquon Barkley. You're going to trade him in the same division? I mean, you're going to let him go to a team in the same division? What are you, nuts? And what did he do? He almost broke Eric Dickerson's record and wins the Super Bowl and was arguably the best player throughout the Super Bowl, the playoffs all season long. So it just tells you one thing. Your owner's smart, but not smart enough.
Don't worry, we gave Darius Slayton the same money this offseason. Oh, yeah.
Oh, that was another one. Oh, what a joke. The guy that people and Giant fans compared to Odell Beckham.
Mainly started with Tyler Harrison.
What a joke. Oh, my God. The Giants, I will say this. The quarterback they drafted in the first round looks pretty good. It looks pretty good. I've been watching some video and watching some footage about him and what they're saying about him. Hey, if the Giants get a home run from him, even if they're wrong about the defensive lineman because he can't stay healthy from Penn State or any one of those guys, if they're right about that quarterback and they traded up and they got him the way they did and he becomes something special, oh, my God. Yeah, Jackson Dart. If that works out for them, oh, what a friggin' home run that is.
Guess who that's going to make look bad? The Steelers, who also could have drafted him at number 20.
I mean, Dart did his first pass in camp was a pick six. Let's face it, that did happen.
And what I've heard over the last couple of weeks and him practicing, he's already the leader of that team. He's one of the top 3 leaders of that team.
Yeah, Dable actually had to come out and say that Wilson was the quarterback because there's so much steam for Dart, and he's so far ahead, like in those intangible qualities, than people realized.
We don't want Jackson Dart learning leadership skills from Russell Wilson. We know how that went down.
I'm just telling you what I think, and I think that obviously when you look at the big picture and you look at the Giants, I mean, your GM has been an absolute debacle. But if they get it right with Jackson Dart, I mean, everything could go away. Everything, all that goes away if Jackson Dart becomes a superstar player in this league. So I'm not saying that he is, but I've heard a lot of good things about him. You know, over the years, when the Jets draft a quarterback, you hear all these mumblings. Oh, this guy's he's not really as good as what they say he is. He hasn't looked good in practice. Everything I've heard about Jackson Dart is he looks very special, and he's already one of the top 3 team leaders of that Giant team, even over the veterans. So it says a lot about him, and I like the fact that he's taking charge, and he believes that he's going to be the Giants quarterback for the future. So, I mean, if you're a Giant fan, which I'm not, I can't stand the organization, you should be happy. We'll see if it works out for them. I hope, obviously, our quarterback is the real deal, and the Jets figure him out and turn him into something special. Carl doesn't believe so. Well, that's why Carl is Nithin's worst nightmare, or Nithin is Carl's worst nightmare.
Carl plays with himself.
As we all know.
Yeah, because Carl's the expert at knowing great quarterback play as a Bears fan. The only team that's ever thrown 4,000 yards in a season.
Droba.
Even the Browns have thrown 4,000 yards in a season.
We all know that things happen for a reason, and maybe the Giants get a slam dunk. If you're a Giant fan, you should be happy about that. As a Jet fan, I want to see them be pulverized. I want to see Jackson Dart running for his life 3 years from now when he plays the New York Jets, because that's what we prayed to God was going to happen. By the way, did you hear that Will McDonald gained 15 pounds in the offseason? He looks really, really good. And a lot of different things that I've heard is he looks even faster than he did last year, as big as he is. Mm-hmm. Could you imagine?
That was always his problem, though. He was 239 coming out of the draft. That's why
15 pounds of muscle.
Him. That's good. Yeah.
15 pounds of muscle. Mm-hmm. And what I've heard through the coaching staff is he looks like a beast. He looked, and they're saying that Jermaine Johnson could be back a lot sooner than they're saying that he could be. So he's looking.
Errol, we're not going to be able to bring Bashad on tonight. It looks like he's not available until we'll have to reschedule with him. Nathan did just get in touch with him. But we still have a lot show left coming up.
Yeah,
we got a lot of cool stuff.
Could I smack Speedy around a little bit? I'd like to do that tonight. Speedy, could I do that for you?
I mean, you are right next to him.
By the way,
I want to advocate for violence against.
At the end of the show, ladies and gentlemen, it is Speedy's birthday this weekend. We're going to sing happy birthday. We're going to sing happy birthday.
That includes you, Nathan. You better be ready.
The little critter himself, Speedy. We're going to be singing happy birthday to the 30-year-old big boy. Yes,
the big 3-0.
Yes.
Nathan, can you do bass background singing?
I will say this, and I've known Speedy since he was practically 20 years old. When he came to me, he was 21, almost 21. I'll never forget. I've known this kid for 10 years, and he's a pain in the ass. He doesn't listen to me all the time, but one of the more nicest, generous personalities I've ever worked with, and a guy that deserves a lot of accolades over the years working with me and growing into the talent that he is today. I take full, pat on the back. Not that he's turned into the personality that he is, but a guy that helped him develop into the man that he is today. So I've respected his work, and now I just got to respect some of the video cutting and some of the other stuff that it's double up on, if you know what I mean. But nevertheless, happy birthday, Speedy. You deserve it, and I will sing you a happy birthday as I do every single year. It's definitely something to live about.
Nathan, you better be ready with the bass voice.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, let's go to a sports minute. We got a lot more to go. So, sports minute, here we come.
This is the Jabba and the Mouth Sports Minute.
All right, guys. Aaron Fishman here with your Sports Minute. Got a few stories before we get into the baseball scores this evening. Edge rusher Trey Hendrickson did not report to Bengals camp as expected, as Hendrickson refuses to budge on his contract demands and has taken to the media explaining a couple of times how the Bengals are trying to lowball the first-team All-Pro, who's got 17.5 sacks in each of the last 2 seasons. Hendrickson has now come out and said he was willing to take less from the Bengals, but in the only 2 contract offers he has gotten from them, they only guaranteed the first year of the deal, where Hendrickson is looking for a long-term commitment. It would seem the Bengals are pinching pennies, as they are known to do, and playing a dangerous game as their defense is certainly their weak point, and that defense without Hendrickson may end up being one of the absolute worst in the NFL in 2025. Their next best edge rusher? First-round pick Shamar Stewart, who is also holding out as the Bengals are trying to put language in his rookie contract that would limit his guaranteed money too. The Bengals are even bungling up slotted guarantee contracts this offseason. Joe Burrow and the boys look like they are going to have to air it out a lot in 2025, a fact that should garner special attention from all fantasy fans making their draft boards this summer. The Buccaneers wide receiver Chris Godwin, who's re-signed with the franchise on a 3-year, $66 million deal with $44 million guaranteed this year, will start on the PUP list after it was revealed Wednesday that Godwin had a second ankle surgery during his rehab from his dislocated ankle that cost him the 2024 season back in Week 7. Reportedly, the second surgery was just to clean out the ankle, and a full recovery is expected, but Godwin will have to sit out at least the first 4 weeks of the season, giving some opportunity for rookie Emeka Egbuka, as well as returning second-year receiver Jalen McMillan, Trey Palmer, and former Giants legend Sterling Shepard, opposite of future Hall of Famer Mike Evans. And finally, Dolphins quarterback Tua Tagovailoa says that it is a work in progress for wide receiver Tyreek Hill to rebuild his trust with the team after seemingly quitting on the squad in the Dolphins season finale against the Jets and pouting to the media after that he wanted to play elsewhere. Hill reconsidered and apparently never officially asked for a trade from Dolphins GM Chris Greer. I think there's a lot of more vulnerability with Tyreek. He's conversating a lot more with the guys, not just about football, but about things off the field, Tua said. Being vulnerable with some of the things that people know about his personal life and things of that nature. And I think that's the first step to him, building true relationships and a real connection with a lot of the guys in there. Everyone knows what he can do on the field. Everyone respects he can do it on the field. But I think he's still trying to figure out things for himself as well. Everybody makes mistakes. It's just some people, they're in a spotlight and their deals get pushed out more than some others. Hill, who did not break 1,000 yards last year after eclipsing 1,700 in his first 2 in Miami, made more news off the field for various incidents than his production warranted on the field. This may be his last chance in Miami as he pulls a George Costanza and basically quits and is showing up back to work. But Tua and the team clearly noticed, unlike the fake Steinbrenner in the show Seinfeld. A lot of action earlier today in baseball. Finals earlier, the Reds 5, Nationals nothing, and a shutout. Nick Lodolo, complete game shutout for the Reds. The Marlins 3, Padres 2, Sandy Alcantara with his best start of the season. The Giants 9, Braves 3, Spencer Strider falls to 4-8 this year. Justin Verlander, his first win of the season. and 17 tries. The Pirates 6, the Tigers 1. Mets win earlier today 6-3. Manaea, his first win of the year. The Cubs fall to the Royals 8-4 in Wrigley. The Rockies shut out the Cardinals, which I believe is their first shutout in almost 2 full seasons. The Astros 4, Diamondbacks 3. The Brewers beat up on the Mariners 10-2. The Dodgers come back in the 9th 4-3 on a walk-off, and the Guardians beat the Orioles 3-2. In action right now, the Yankees trail the Blue Jays in a back-and-forth game 6-4. It is 6-5 Red Sox over the Phillies in Philly. It is tied in Tampa 4-4 White Sox and Rays. 1-0 Rangers A's in the top of the 5th. And guys, that is all we got right now. And we are streaming live here on TikTok, Twitter, and YouTube on our Job in the Mouth handle, and on Facebook and Instagram under the Worldwide Sports Radio Network handle. Keep downloading on Apple Podcasts and watch us there, and on Spotify, now in video. Make sure to like and subscribe to all the shorts, reels, TikToks, and longer videos you see from us throughout the week. Now back to Errol, Jabba, and Speedy for our next segment on Jabba in the Mouth.
Any questions?
This is the Jabba and the Mouth Show.
They call me the ladies' man and Mr. Studio. Breaking news. I'm putting you on release now.
631-672-3108 is the number to call. You're listening to the one, the only, Jabba and Mouth. I'm your host, Errol Marks, my co-host, Jabba Chamberlain, and the speaker, dancing and prancing at 3-0, as it is going to be his 30th birthday over the weekend. I will celebrate it next week. Remember, you can go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Check out all our shows throughout the week, including Job in the Mouth every single Mondays and now Wednesdays at 7:30 p.m. All you have to do to tune in and check out our local listings for all the goddamn shows on the Worldwide Sports Radio Network is go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Speedy, like my mouth is like on my mic today. I'm like slobbering all over it. I'm so excited to celebrate your 30th birthday. Hopefully you don't throw up, because every single year in the last 3 years, I've taken you out. I have taken you out. Oh, wait a second. One of the years on my birthday, you were hiding in the bathroom because you were claiming you had the runs.
Yes, I did have the runs.
No, you were throwing up.
No,
you had some tequila.
I wouldn't have kept dancing if I was throwing up.
Speedy, you weren't dancing after that. You were
Yes,
hiding in the bathroom.
We went to that other club in Patchogue after that, and I was dancing there.
I don't remember.
Speedy, what's your drink of choice on your birthday?
Well,
a beer.
Well, I had beer there. There were other. What was the other drinks that we had the first time with the pineapple stuff? What was it? The
pineapple stuff.
Yeah, I don't remember the name of it at Fire Island. It was a rocket something that we had at Fire Island those other years.
Rocket fuels.
Yeah.
Yes.
It must have been those that got to me, and along with the wings. I had.
The wings, and you were throwing up all over. It was
that was 2022. That was a rocket.
I had to, I was trying for 1 second. I told him to go to the garbage and barf in the garbage, because I saw it in his face, and he was like standing at the table. I'm like, go to the garbage. By the time he went to the garbage, he was throwing up all over the place.
Yeah.
And I mean all over the place. You're talking about security. Then I had somebody come up to me. One of the security guards that is a friend of mine actually came up to me and told me, yo, is your friend hawking that girl over there? She came up to me and said that he was he was like abusing her. Or like it was very threatening. I was like, what was threatening about it? I didn't see anything. But she said that he was like up on her face, like bothering us since she said hello. And when he said hello, I mean, it was weird. I didn't know what to say. I didn't see it. And I was trying to protect Speedy, as I always do, because, he's like a little brother. He's like the little engine that could or couldn't. Well, we're trying to put some oil in that engine so he could start rocking and jocking, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, that's what Nathan's goal is in his life.
Well, it's everybody's goal. I would like to see you, sit on somebody's face,
Yeah, that's never going to happen with you around.
Well,
wouldn't it be the other way around? Like,
no, Speedy needs to learn how, first he's got to learn that way before he learns the other way, if you know what I mean.
I'm not learning anything from people that you've brainwashed.
I'm not brainwashing anybody. By the way, I almost said Dante. Bo Bichette actually just hit a 2-run home run. So I think the Yankees are starting to away, take me away. Speedy, you want to sing that song?
No.
That's a happy birthday song.
Nathan has to sing for my birthday. That's all that matters.
Nathan I would love to hear Nathan sing. Actually, say this.
That's my main goal.
a gin and tonic.
That would be cool.
Yeah,
Gin and
Watch,
tonic.
watch him come out and sing and be like super, super good.
That is how I want the song to finish. I need a gin and tonic. That is actually literally how I want the song to finish.
Lick it and stick it.
As he always does. He
No,
licks it and he sticks
I
it.
request Nathan to finish the song with the gin and tonic.
Ball bag.
Speedy's ball bag. Speedy, how big
No.
is your ball bag?
I don't know. I don't measure that crap.
Cock-a-doodle-doo.
Are you cocking or you're doodling?
We need to work on getting Tootsie Roll Fruities as a sponsor.
Fruities and Tootsies.
By the way, Java, speaking of sponsor, it was funny. I don't know if you saw the video before. They had so the Browns are unveiling a new helmet. By the way, one guy who was
Speedy,
filming
do you have a
The
helmet?
dude fell off and then Dude Wipes tweeted it.
Yeah, dude wipes.
As long as she's using dude wipes and taking care of my 2-hole, I'm
I was
good.
saying that guy's gonna need a lot of dude wipes.
Speedy, do you have a little helmet or is it not circumcised?
I had a set of the NFL helmets as when I was a kid.
No, but is it circumcised or do you have a little
don't
helmet?
know.
What do you think?
I had the little collection of the NFL helmets. That's as
No,
much
but is it
context I can give.
circumcised or do
I
you have
don't know.
So you don't know if you have a little helmet?
Not with me.
I bet
Well,
those
ladies
little
and-
helmets. I bet those little helmets are worth something these days.
Well, I'm not talking about that little helmet.
Well, I was trying to change the subject.
I'm trying to figure out.
No, you're eating your Tootsie Roll. Your blueberry
good.
Tootsie Roll.
No, there's blue raspberry. I can't show the green one because it won't show up.
Oh God.
Yeah, try to
I'm-
show the green one.
I
and you
like
can't see
Tootsie
it.
Rolls, but I can't eat them in different colors. I have to eat them in chocolate.
Yeah,
You ever go to a gym and Planet Fitness, one of them. I don't go to Planet Fitness anymore, but when you go to Planet Fitness, they have Tootsie Rolls when you walk in. Has anybody seen that? And they have pizza night on Mondays. Like you're a gym and you're giving away pizza to make people fat. I mean, if that must be either the worst
Great advertising.
the worst advertisement or the best, depending on if you're bringing in more people because they're fat to your gym. I don't know. Cardio, stay away from that pizza, ladies and gentlemen. But they have Tootsie Rolls all the time. Every time I would leave, I'd grab like 8 or 9 Tootsie Rolls and I'd put them in my car. And thank God I didn't leave them in my cup holder because if it was summertime, it would have been melted.
Oh, those are melted. That'd have been gross.
Oh, absolutely gross as hell. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Our next do you want to do Let's Parlay first? Are you going to give us?
I'm going to read the picks, but we're going to go to Tic Tac No.
When are we? All right, that's fine. You ready to read the picks?
I will read the picks.
All right, read the picks.
Introduce Tic Tac No.
Read the picks.
I'll let you lick my butt.
All right, so Wes sent a couple CFL picks as he usually does. He said he has to go 3-1 this week to stay above 70% after he was 2-2 last week. He's got Calgary this week minus 5.5. He's got Toronto plus 2.5. BC of the BC Lions minus 3.
Is that your cucumber, or are you happy to see me?
And the Edmonton Elks, the
Fish wears panties.
the laughing stock of the CFL. He actually has them covering plus 9.5.
I need a magnifying glass.
You're going to need that one after those picks. But they're winners. CFL, if you're a West fan, they're winners. I can't lie to you guys. He knows his stuff. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we call this next segment Tic Tac. No.
Right in the butt. What? We get the prizes cheap because they're stolen.
No.
Doo-doo. Athletes.
And there's Speedy. You know what? I will say this. Speedy, and if you really watch the footage here, and if he really gets closer, you can see the back of my head as I watch Speedy doing his little tantrum. I call this like a tantrum dance. Like it looks like he's like yelling at his mom and doing the tantrum. He like he has ants in his pants. You know,
Fish, I have to ask, do you remember exactly which song that was from?
I think it was like that Journey song.
Oh, Separate Ways. I think they.
I think it might have been like one of those great.
I love Lisa
songs.
Yeah, I know they played Separate Ways as the first one. They played Don't Stop Believing a little later, but I think
I need Britney also.
That probably fits for.
Well, I will say that was the best part of the night was when we were dancing to the band, and The band was absolutely sensational. And they came over here to our side. And, you know, I'll say this. My friend Ray, who I haven't spoken to in a couple of weeks because he's been depressed. If you listen, Ray, you know, I love you. Yeah, he's been a little depressed. And unfortunately, you know, he's gone through so much over the last couple of months. And really last year, I give him a lot of credit. But hopefully he's okay, gets out of that cocoon, that little turtle shell, as I call him, a ninja turtle, a little ninja turtle. I would say he's more Raphael because he's in one of his bad moods. But nevertheless, I will say that when we were at the event for the birthday bash, why were we there anyway?
It was your birthday.
It was your birthday.
That's right. The band, when we were dancing to the band, was the best part. So just say it was fun. And Fish had to go home early, and I got to give you credit. For a guy, you know, his wife was supposed to come and hang out with us, if anybody doesn't know, but they didn't have a dog sitter. So she had to stay home and watch the dog. She never met me, and she wanted to come out and hang out with me and Brittany. She never got a chance to, and he came 4 hours practically by himself to hang out for a couple hours, 2-3 hours, to go back home 4 hours and drive home. So I got to give him a golf clap for the old Fisher. The old Fisher.
You exaggerate. It wasn't that far, but I do appreciate it. Let's get the music on, Speedy. You got some questions to beat us this time? We killed you last time.
All right, we'll start this week with a David Wright theme again. I had it in my six-pack. They acquired the rights to David Wright as a compensation player in 2001 because the Mets lost what starting pitcher to free agency?
In 2001.
Yep.
So that means he played.
I'm going to Rain Man this. Mike Hampton.
Got it.
You were right.
Wow. All
tried.
right.
Tried getting him on the show.
Where'd he go?
Because the schools were so good in Colorado. I'll never forget that. That's why he had to leave. Bad schools in New York. You know, clearly.
Schools. It was
He wasn't good net anyways. He really wasn't. They overpaid him, Mike Hampton.
Well, they overpaid him in freaking Colorado, too. He was trash.
Yeah, he was not good in Coors Field.
He was a better hitter than I think he was pitcher.
That's true. He did hit a lot of homers.
Yeah,
That's
he
right.
did.
All right, I'm taking the middle. Speedy, you're going to have to do better than that.
All right, so Phillip Rivers announced his official retirement as a Charger just recently. A lot of people making jokes about that. So the year that he led the NFL in passing yards was 2010. So the other 5 quarterbacks who were top 5 were Drew Brees and the 2 Manning brothers. What quarterback was the other one?
So top 5 in passing, 2010.
In 2010.
Ooh. So
2010.
Brees, Peyton, Eli.
You're muted, Java.
It has to be somebody off the wall. 2010?
I mean, I don't even want to say it because it feels too obvious.
Who is it?
I mean, Brady?
No.
No, the too obvious angle was correct.
Yeah. Someone had to say it, though.
Who do you have?
Because Brady was out the year before with the injury, right? So
that was 08. He was out.
Yeah.
I'm remembering 2010, and I'm listening. I'm thinking about the quarterbacks at that time. I know it wasn't Ben. It wasn't Ben. It wasn't him.
Was it Matt Ryan?
Nope. No.
That's a good guess, though. That's a good guess.
I don't know if I should go a little bit more obscure or if I should just go obvious, but like.
Oh my God! I wonder. I think
Was
I know
it?
who It's too late
Was
for
it
me.
Aaron Rodgers?
It was not.
That's what I was gonna guess.
I'm going to go another, not super, Carson Palmer.
Nope. Is it 2010 when Green Bay
That was
Packers
both of my guesses.
I feel like that's a good guess, though. Carson Palmer was a good guess.
won the Super Bowl, but no, he was not top
Was
5.
that Zach? Was that your other one?
No, but that's just a good guess. I forgot about
Those
him.
are both of my guesses, John. I was
Oh,
gonna say
yours,
Aaron
Jake?
Rodgers or Carson Palmer, but like, yeah, I don't know.
It's got to be. It's got to be.
What about the guy that's playing for the Giants this year?
Oh, yeah, Russell Wilson.
He wasn't in the league, though.
Oh no,
wasn't.
you're right. No, you're
Was
you're
his next year
actually
was his
no,
rookie?
it's 2010. Yes, he wasn't even drafted yet. Never mind.
The next year.
Yeah, never mind. Who else in 2010?
I think Zach, you're our only savior right now.
I guess
No,
Matt
I
Ryan.
guessed already. I guess Matt
Oh,
Ryan.
you guessed
So who's
Matt
got
Ryan?
a guess left?
It's
Jake?
just me. I'm trying to think. 2010s. You said Drew Brees is number 1, right?
So
Drew Brees-
Breeze, Eli, Peyton.
Eli, Peyton, and Manning or Rivers. Yeah, it's not Brady. It's not Big Ben. It's not Rodgers. Not Carson Palmer.
I looked it up. I don't think you're gonna get it.
No, I'm just,
All right, you got to give an answer, Jake. All right,
All right, I'll
pass. Speedy,
just
go ahead.
So Zach, you were actually the closest because it was the guy that backed up Matt Ryan previously. Matt Schaub is the answer.
Matt Schaub with Andre
Forgot about
Johnson.
that
He
guy.
did have that little run there in the 2010s, Matt Schaub.
For you?
Yeah.
Yeah, Jake and Zach, you were right about the obscure angle.
It's actually a good one.
That was a really good question, Speedy. That's not the guy we think of. Where are you going?
Bottom right.
Bottom right here. And let's move on.
All right, so Chris Paul, you mentioned earlier in the basketball segment, he actually just re-signed with the Clippers. So we have a Chris Paul themed question. One of his most impressive accomplishments was 106 consecutive games with a steal streak. So which Hall of Fame point guard did he steal from the ball from to break the record?
John Stockton?
Nope.
Damn.
In
Is there a year? Can we get a year or no? Would that be too obvious?
I said 2008.
Oh, 2008. Okay, I gotta hear you.
In the league? No,
You said point guard or just guard?
point guard.
Damn,
feel
I,
like-
I didn't hear 2008.
I'm gonna say Jason Kidd. I feel like that's obvious though. I don't.
No, he was still playing, man. It could have been. No, Hall of Fame point guard. But
Is it Oscar Robertson?
No, not.
what is his grandson?
Oh, I thought you were saying like the
In
Hall.
2000
I
No,
thought
he
you-
stole the ball from him.
Oh, I'm
in
sorry. I
2008.
thought you were saying he broke the Hall of Fame.
The guy.
I
that-
listened to it wrong too, Jake. I thought this.
I didn't hear it. It kind of cut out.
record from. I didn't even know who he was. But I wasn't gonna make that the question. That would have been really hard.
You want me to guess? I'm gonna guess.
Yeah, what do you got?
Steve Nash.
Nope.
That's a tough question, man. I'm trying to think who's gone into the Hall of Fame from that era. Probably near the end of
Is
his
he
career.
like Speedy? Is he specifically a point guard or is he like a 2 guard?
He said point guard.
Okay.
There's only so many it could be, and I'm like blanking, and I keep like thinking
Goba.
of someone, but he's not a point guard.
Goba.
They didn't put Chauncey Billups in the Hall of Fame, did they?
I don't think so.
I don't think so either.
I need a blow pop.
I don't know this one at all.
I have a lot of guesses, but I don't want to guess again.
I can't even think of anything
Just
right
guess.
now.
Sure, you might as well guess.
Make a guess, Zach.
I don't know if he's in the Hall of Fame though. My other guess was gonna be like Jason Williams, but I don't know if he was playing in 2008.
White chocolate?
Yeah.
He's not a Hall.
Not a Hall of Famer.
Okay, that's who I thought. Okay.
I messed up. I didn't hear the Hall of Fame part.
I'm just trying to think of like very obscure Hall of Fame.
Oh no,
point
he's
guard.
he's a well-known Hall of Famer.
Oh, okay, he's well known. Okay.
Well-known Hall of Fame point guard. Well, I'm
Played
gonna
in the
kill myself when I
2010s.
don't.
I know. I'm gonna be mad when he says it.
I need like a list of teams in front of me, and I'm not gonna cheat. So I'm just gonna pass.
I think I know who it is.
Go for it. We're done. I don't let.
Can I get a guess because I messed up?
Go ahead, Jake.
Is it Rondo?
Rondo's not. I don't think Rondo's Hall of Fame either.
Does he play for San Antonio? Who do you guys think it is?
Well,
Tony
if it's San
Parker.
Antonio, it's Tony Parker.
Tony Parker. It was either Steve Nash or Tony Parker in my head. So those are the only two guys.
All right. Well, we didn't get it. Speedy, where are you going?
All right, let's go bottom left.
All right. Here we go.
I missed it. Who was it?
Tony Parker.
Should have thought of that. Very frustrated I didn't.
I
All
knew
right.
either one or the other. So.
All right, so you guys got to get this one to stay alive here. We'll go back to baseball for this one. So obviously, I don't know if you've heard, the Red Sox have had 2 straight games with a catcher's interference, including one that led to a walk-off for the Phillies. I know, Jake, you're happy about that one. So the last time there was a catcher that got called for a walk-off past catcher's interference. It was a Hall of Famer. Who was it?
Wait, say that one more time?
So the last time there was a walk-off on a catcher's interference, it was a Hall of Fame legendary catcher. Name this player.
What? Before, yep, the other day.
A couple days ago, yeah, when the Red Sox did it against the Phillies.
How long ago would this have been? Like,
I think I remember I was watching the game last night. They said it was really long ago, Java, so it was a long time ago. I have no idea though.
Oh,
is that a Pudge thing?
No,
Pudge Rodriguez?
No, I think Sarah Lang tweeted this out this morning.
Yes, is it Pudge?
No, it's not Pudge. I was right. It's further back.
Wow.
Oh. All right, it's right here. Yeah.
Blue raspberry Tootsie Rolls.
No, it's green. You can't see it.
What is that?
No, green apple.
Green apple.
Is it Johnny Bench?
Very good.
All right. Java.
I thought it was Yogi Berra.
Wow. All right, Java, you saved the day on that one. Super high clutch rating in the advanced analytics for tic-tac-no. Blocking Speedy right there. We can win on this next one. Speedy, make it a good one.
All right, let's go to some hockey. So as you know, Gavin McKenna, the big phenom, got committed to your school, Jake, Penn State, going over there. So among NHL players, and this guy's an active current player for one of the tri-state area teams, who has the most points ever from any player born in Pennsylvania. And he's an active tri-state player.
Born in Pennsylvania.
I'm just going to say, this is your cup of tea. This fat boy from the Midwest, I got nothing for you. I mean, I can throw some names out there, but I don't know if he's from Pennsylvania.
So wait, what was it from most points, Speedy?
The most points in NHL history from any player that was born in Pennsylvania, and he currently plays for either the Rangers, Islanders, or Devils.
I'm going to predict he plays for the Devils.
Okay.
If I had him in front of me, I would tell you.
I'm the same way. Like I need like.
I'm going to take a guess.
All right, what do you got?
Jack Hughes.
Nope.
I know
It's gonna have to be someone who's played longer. It's gonna have to be a veteran.
It's on the Devils. I'm telling you, it's on. Is it on the Devils' feet?
No.
Really?
So, maybe the oldest.
I like
guy.
the sneak. I like this sneaky trick right there, Earl. Does he play for the Devils? No, so we know it's either Rangers or Islanders. Come on, boys.
I Pennsylvania. I don't know.
I got nothing. Speedy's gonna block us.
Dang
Speedy,
it.
who is it?
What is it?
Vincent Trocheck.
Damn it! I'm so mad about that.
Spit it out, Speedy. Let's go.
All right. There it is. There's the block. Next question.
All right, so the next one is TJ Watt is one of two players to have 4 All-Pro appearances in the last 20 years and never win a playoff game. What recent Hall of Famer is the other one?
Recent Hall of Fame.
So what was the
So
criteria?
are you saying same position or just
All-Pro, any position.
Okay.
One of two players in the last 20 years to have 4 All-Pro appearances and never win a playoff game. Who was the other one?
You said recent Hall of Famer?
Yep.
Ooh, can we get how recent?
Oh wait, I know who it is. It's Joe Thomas.
Nope.
No? He wasn't All-Pro 4 times?
Nope. he was more. He was actually more. It's exactly 4 is what I was going.
Oh,
for.
so
Speedy, that's not fair. That's ridiculous. Speedy, come on. That's bullshit.
Another question. Give us another question. You have another question?
It's a very easy answer. All right, I'll give you. It was an offensive skill player. I'll give you these.
Exactly 4 times.
recent Hall of Famer?
Yes.
Randy Moss?
No, recent Hall of Famer. Last 5 years.
Oh. Skill player.
Yep. So a running back, a receiver, or a tight end.
Running back, receiver, or tight end.
Never won a playoff game. Or never went to a playoff game or never won a playoff game?
Never won a playoff game.
Adrian
Never
Peterson?
won.
Nope. His team won the playoffs 3 times, but they never won a playoff game.
I guess.
Is it it's not Megatron, is it?
Yes, very good, Jake.
Oh, there we go. It just says the only name that comes because you were like 3 playoff times, and I'm like, I think the only team I could think of was like Stafford and the Lions, and I'm like, well, he didn't have anybody. I'm like,
Yeah, they had that run, but yet he didn't play that long.
Calvin
We're going to give you the Nithin
All right.
here. So where you want to go?
Let's go left middle.
All right. Here it is. All right, Speedy. Getting late early here.
All right, so Damian Lillard returns to the Blazers for a second stint. He is one of 3 players that has 7 or more All-Pro appearances with playing 2 stints on the same team. LeBron is the obvious one, going to the Cavs twice. Damian Lillard, and who is the other one?
Say that one more time.
So Damian Lillard returns to the Blazers. He has second stint appearances. So who are the only 3 players? Damian Lillard, LeBron is one, going back to the Cavs for a second time. Who is the other player with 7 or more All-NBA appearances playing on the same team 2 different times?
Jason Kidd.
Nope.
He did. I know he went to Dallas and he went back.
Is it Dwayne Wade?
No. What were you saying?
Was it current or?
It's 2000s. It's somebody there. He's not playing currently.
Went back to his team and was obviously a legit
7-time or more.
That's why I said Jason Kidd, because Jason Kidd was. He went back to Dallas. Okay. How many times did he?
Who else went back home at the end to wrap it up?
Did it matter at what time of their career, or did you say at the end?
No, just as long as they had a second stint.
Hall of Famer, Speedy?
They didn't have to be at the end of his career. Did not have to be at the end of his career.
How is it not Jason Kidd?
2000s. That's a tough one.
Jason Kidd was 5-time All-NBA.
Ah.
5-time All.
So it would have to be
seven-time
like-
All NBA.
So what was a position that was easy to get All NBA at? Center, right? So it would be like Shaq. Shaq didn't go back to the
Shaq
Lakers
didn't
with
go back
Magic.
anywhere.
Shaq didn't go back. Hakeem?
Did he go back to the Rockets?
No, I think Job. I think he went to the Rockets and then he retired on Toronto.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I may have a guess. I don't know if it's right though. Is it Kevin Garnett?
Nope.
He never went back to Minnesota.
No, he didn't.
Oh, I thought he did. Okay.
So it's Tristan Java.
Trying to remember.
It's so tough.
I
7-time All NBA.
that went 7-time All NBA that went back.
Did Pippen go back at the end? I'm gonna say Pippen.
2000s. Not. Trying to think. It wasn't Dwight Howard. You're saying positions, not Dwight Howard. Oh God, was Dikembe out in the 2000? No,
I don't know if Dikembe was that good.
I'm gonna throw Dikembe out there.
No, it was actually somebody that was mentioned before. Steve Nash.
Steve Nash.
Oh.
All right, Speedy. Wow, looks like you're gonna block us again. We're almost with a full board here. It looks like we'll just go into Jimmy Leyritz when he gets in, but let's put it here. Speedy, you can still score. You can still score. We can't win except for coming down to the tiebreaker, which has only ever happened once in Tic-Tac-No history. Let's do it, Speedy.
All right, so Aaron Judge became the fastest at 350 home runs. Who was the fastest to 400?
I'm just gonna throw out a guess. Was it Pujols?
A-Rod.
Nope. Miguel Cabrera. Nope.
Was it no? Was it McGuire?
Yep. Now we get.
Oh, Jabba! Excellent.
Because he had that run where it was, I think he hit like 200 and some in like 3 years. It felt like.
So I guess
he was
Jimmy
crazy.
is in. I guess we're going to call this one a draw. Is what it looks like.
Well, the last one is the tie-breaking question. Whoever is going to win. So it all comes down to this. Whoever gets this question is the winner. Sudden death overtime.
All right, we'll go back to football for this one.
So ties. Get out of here.
Honey Badger is just announcing his retirement as well. There were 3 players in that draft that were the third-round picks that were Pro Bowl players. Name one of the other 2. They were both offensive players in the 2013 NFL draft.
Aren't we talking about Russell Wilson earlier tonight?
It's not Russell Wilson. Russell Wilson was the 2012.
What draft was Tyrann Mathieu? Was he 2011?
2013 NFL draft in the 3rd round. There were two other players that are still both active that were Pro Bowl players. Name one of them.
Damn, I thought I had that.
Russell Wilson was 2012.
3rd round, though. I was right about that.
He was the RG3.
And they were third-round pick?
Yep.
He was a third-round pick?
Yeah. Russell Wilson was a 3rd-round pick in the 2012 draft. These 2 players in the 2013 draft. Both offensive players.
Was Kirk Cousins in that draft?
Kirk Cousins was also the 2012 draft. He was the RG3 backup.
He was later in the draft, Kirk.
Yeah, he was like the 4th round, I believe.
Oh, I thought he was 3rd.
Damn, man. Pretty good questions this time, Speedy.
Duty Dodger. Joba is not an athlete. I like anal.
He tasted himself. I gave up the food.
So it's,
this makes my pecker hard.
Who has guesses left? Jabba and Zach.
What about Skidmark? As long as she's using dude wipe and taking care of my 2-hole, I'm good. My ass. Pulled it out of my ass.
I got nothing. 3rd round, I got nothing.
All right, I'll give you 2 one more hint. One's a receiver, one's a tight end.
I farted.
2011. No, 2013. 3rd round guy became an All-Pro or just Pro Bowl?
Pro Bowl.
Pro Bowl.
You said from Wisconsin?
Bagel hole.
I said he was a Pro Bowl player. No, I said he's just an
Woody has no
offensive player.
Woody.
One's a receiver, one's a tight end.
Patty cake.
All right, so Jimmy,
Shut up on your face.
Jimmy is in, so we got to make our guess this down.
All right, make your last guess. I think I know who one of them is.
Wasn't that the year Kelsey came in?
I need a magnet.
From Cincy, right?
Yep.
Jabba with the W in Sudden Death overtime.
When you said tight end, I was like, because I was thinking like running back and receiver, and then you said I was like,
who was the other one, Speedy?
The other one was Keenan Allen.
I shut up on your face. My dog wants your pussycat.
I gotta get these damn free.
Wait, Dan, didn't Keenan Allen just retire too? That's crazy.
No, he just re-signed with the Chargers.
Re-signed. He's still
Oh,
going.
he's still. Oh, that was Mike Williams, right? My mistake.
Mike Williams is retired. Yes, he signed
Somehow
back.
Keenan Allen lasted longer than Mike Williams.
Well, Keenan Allen was a better player than Mike Williams.
But he's like Mike Williams only made it like 8 years, and now like Keenan Allen's like year 13 or whatever.
He had a lot of bad injuries though, Fish.
Yeah, unfortunately, he was a good player in college.
So has Keenan Allen. I think he's.
Yeah, he had a freak injury at the end of beginning of the 2016.
Yeah, Allen's had like big injuries in his
Earlier on in his career, and then like last year, but before that, he had like a good stretch.
He tore his ACL. I remember that. I think did he not do something with his ankle or something?
Yeah, he had a bad ankle injury at the end of the year. One of the years the Chargers were in the playoffs.
He's had a lot of major injuries.
I always thought that Keenan Allen was like the more underappreciated Mike Evans. Whereas like Mike Evans, I think people recognize how great Mike Evans is now, but people didn't always talk about him. I feel like Keenan Allen was the guy who always got forgotten about in the 2010s.
Keenan Allen, I don't think Keenan Allen was a first-round pick.
No,
so,
he was a third-round pick.
Yeah, that's what we're saying. All these guys were third.
I'm saying because he built himself up, but like he was always underappreciated. Like he was always a great wide receiver.
No, he developed into one, that's for sure. And thank you to Phillip Rivers, as everybody don't want to give him any credit for what he's done.
And by everyone, you mean Steve Weiss.
No,
and T.J. Ward.
And T.J. Ward, he pretty much said none of them should make the. He said none of them should make the Hall of Fame. So I was very shocked.
I do appreciate T.J. Ward for joining my Chargers hater bandwagon.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're not going to go. We're not going to go to any break. He's been waiting calmly and carefully as he always does. We are now talking to our second guest. Well, we didn't have our first guest because he accidentally had something to do at the last minute. So we have our second guest, and we're now talking to 11-year MLB catcher Jimmy Lawrence. Jimmy, what's up?
What's happening, fellas? How we doing?
We're good, man. You look good. I will say this. The last time I saw you, I said, you look the same you did when you played for the Yankees in the 90s. You look good, man. You look like you're in shape. You're taking good care of yourself. You're in probably better shape now than you did when you did play.
Well, yeah, I don't drink as hard as I did when I played.
Well, I really appreciate, obviously, you giving us the time. You're a busy guy. The last time you were on our show, you were at a playoff game. You were at the Yankees playoff game. If I'm not mistaken, it was against Cleveland.
Kansas City.
Kansas City.
I remember that well because the first guest we had on that day was the Savannah Bananas coach, Adam Virant, who's a big Royals fan. And he said he was at the previous game.
Yes.
And then you were the second guest actually at the game.
And we got into a lot of conversations about, obviously, the Yankees and what the Yankees have to do to get through to the next round. And you were pretty much on point on where the Yankees were in the playoffs, especially against Kansas City. So my question here to you is, I'm watching the Yankees right now. It's absolutely putrid. I have watched terrible defense after terrible defense all season long. You have a guy that Anthony Volpe, who was 2 years ago, he was Gold Glove winner, great defensive player. And now all of a sudden he went from a great defensive player to one of the worst defensive players in the MLB, statistics would show you ERA-wise. And the guy couldn't hit a right. What did they call it?
Broadside of the barn.
Broadside of the barn, yes.
Yes, as we've heard. What is going on with the Yankees? What's going on with some of the youngsters that they've had over the last couple of years? And why are the Yankees one of the worst defensive teams in the first half in all of baseball?
Yeah, that is the answer we're all looking for right now. It's reared its head just recently more than it has all season. And, I couldn't tell you the answer. One of the things I will say is we've been saying it for the last 5 years about this team. They are the worst fundamental team that I've ever seen. And I'm not talking just fielding, but also running the bases, knowing how to play the game. It's just, they've gone so sabermetric that these guys just don't know how to play the game anymore.
So again, who gets the bulk of the responsibility for that? They were debating on Monday whether it should be an Aaron Boone thing. Is it a prospect development thing? I know the Yankees have been criticized for that in the past. Brian Cashman criticizing the analytics department. Where do you think the accountability comes from with that?
Well, I think Jabba can speak to that. I mean, Jabba was there when all this shit started, and when they had all these new ideas and everything else happening, and the bottom. And by the way, hey Jabba, what's going on?
What's up, Jimmy?
But for me, it starts in the minor leagues, and over the last 5 years, from what I've been told, is there's one minor league coach, Shelley Duncan, who has any major league experience in the entire minor league organization. That wasn't like it when we were playing. When I was playing, I had Clete Boyer, Ron Guidry, Hoyt Wilhelm, Frank Howard. You had some names that really taught you. Buck Showalter was, even though he wasn't a big leaguer, he was a lifetime Yankee, minor league guy stuck behind Don Mattingly. And he taught us what it meant to be, but also taught us how to play the game. And unfortunately, I think what you're seeing all these young kids coming up that just don't know how to play the game anymore.
I think it's nail on the head too. I think it's just not how to play the game, but knowing how to play it. And now everybody looks at launch angle and looks at the other stuff, but you bring up a great point of having the know-it-all to, as this words fundamentally sound, yes, it's not sexy, but runner on second, no outs. I don't care if you flap one over here to the right side. You do your job. It doesn't look sexy, but know the game, have some feel. And that's the thing where it's you're looking at all these numbers, and that's when Joe came in, he had Joe's book, and it was all the analytical stuff and all these other things. It's you got to watch the product. You got to watch in the flow and how the game is going. And I don't think there's enough of that anymore. And I think it all starts in the minor leagues, because now they're all taught okay, what is your horizontal and vertical drop? What's your spin rate? It's I don't care if I'm getting outs. Do I really need to worry about anything else? At the end of the day, if I get now, could Jamie Moyer play right now?
Well, according to the sabermetric people, no.
No,
I say yes,
100%.
But yeah,
that are literally. Would we have the Dustin Pedroias? Would we have? There's so many we can name where that's it doesn't stand off at you because they don't have spin rates, they don't have this. But you know what? They're grinders. They know how to play the game. They lay bunts down. They get runners over. They make routine plays. And it's just it's.
Well, Choppy, you played with Derek Jeter.
Yeah. Yep.
Jeter didn't. You didn't have to tell Derek Jeter late in the game if there's a man on second with less than with nobody out. Guess what? He's going to bunt for a base hit. He's still trying to get a hit, but he's still bunting for a base hit to get the runner over late in the game. And listen, you hear a bunch of stuff. I'm at the stadium every night. I don't interact with the players at all. They don't let us do that anymore. Steinbrenner would be the first one to walk you into the locker room and say, go talk to so-and-so. Right now, it's not just me. Any former Yankee, unless you're the Derek Jeters or the Marianos or the CC, they're not going to let you anywhere near that clubhouse. And for these kids to learn something, because they don't want to hear, well, this is what we would do. This is how we played. This is how we did it. And guess what? That's the last time the Yankees won championships. It's one of those things that, Anthony Volpe, all winter long, I was down in Tampa for the fantasy camps in November and January. And he was working out at the complex. And he was working on hitting the ball the other way. And he was doing all these things he was going to improve. He starts the season off. He's on fire. He's hitting the ball all over the place. From what I was told, again, I don't know this. I'm not saying I know this for sure. But from what I was told was that there was a game. There was a runner on second, nobody out. He hit a ground ball to the right side of the infield, moved the runner over, and he was chastised by the sabermetric people saying, what are you doing? You're supposed to be hitting home runs in that situation. And all of a sudden, he started going back to this home run swing, and his average went from 270 to 210 now. And he can't find himself again. And it's now carrying it over into the infield to where before, when his defense was so good, both sides of his game right now, and I think it's more mental than anything else.
We are talking to 11-year MLB catcher Jim Lawrence. He played for the Yankees for a very long time, played from 1990 to 2000, including 9 years with the Yankees. It's incredible to see this guy's career. I remember him in 95. I remember him all those years, especially when the Yankees were starting that dominant run all the way in the 90s, which they were, to me, as good a team built in the 90s as any Yankee team. When you compare some of the great Yankee teams, the Mickey Mantles, the Roger Marises, the DiMaggio teams, even the Babe Ruth teams, I think the 90 Yankees are definitely comparable to all those teams. You know, Jimmy, we look at obviously what Aaron Judge is doing right now. It's unbelievable. It's sensational watching a guy that came into the league at 24 years old. Nobody realized how special he was except the Yankees. And then he became a 5-tool player. He's played out of position. Last year, the first error he even had was in the World Series, which was a big one. And then you look what type of hitter he's become. He went from a power hitter and considered not a batting average hitter to a batting average hitter, a career 300 hitter with the power and the quickest to 350 home runs. When you look at Aaron Judge and you look at the great Yankees, when he's done, and I know he has a lot more baseball to go, is he going to be compared to the Mickey Mantles, the Joe DiMaggios, the Babe Ruths, or is he going to be compared to the Derek Jeters, the Mariano Riveras of the world? Where would you consider Aaron Judge, and what does he have to do to be considered Babe Ruth, Joe DiMaggio, or Mickey Mantle?
The only way you get the tally of a Yankee legend, he's going to be a legend because of the numbers that he puts up during the season. But Jabba will tell you, you don't win in the postseason, they don't remember you. It's been probably the biggest Achilles heel for Don Mattingly in the Hall of Fame because Donnie never got to the World Series, never won a World Series. Aaron Judge, if he does not win a championship, I don't care how great, New York will never consider him on that level. And I think that's it. I think that's his Achilles heel right now has been the postseason. And until he can get past that, Jabba, you played with him, A-Rod. How many years was everybody calling A-Rod the biggest choke artist in the postseason? And then all of a sudden, 2009, he has a good postseason. And all of a sudden now he's still A-Rod. He's A-Rod, you know.
Yeah, it just takes 1 year. It doesn't matter.
Exactly.
Yeah, it just takes one, and once you get that off your back, I guess you can take a deep breath. I mean, obviously for those other guys, they've obviously had more of them, and you know how that feels. And it's just, you know, if you don't get there, will he be remembered as a great Yankee? Yes, but to be considered a legend and to be like the names that you mentioned, Errol, if you don't win, it just, like, we remember names like Jerry Hairston, who had a big stolen base for us in 2009, Damasio Marte, who should have been the MVP. I mean, he didn't give up a hit in the playoffs. And like guys like you remember because they won. Phil Cokes of the world. Like, I mean, Alfredo Aceves, names you would never remember, but it's because they won and they'll forever be, remembered in that. So will he go down as one of the greats? Because I think he's got a good 5-6 good years in him. How long will he be able to play the outfield for? That's to be seen. But if you don't win, it definitely changes the moniker of what stature you're on. If he doesn't win, is he going in Monument Park? Hell no.
No. Well, it's one of the reasons I'm on your show tonight. Listen, I hit a big home run in 1995, walk-off against Seattle, second game of the playoffs. We went up 2-0. It was Don Mattingly's first time in the postseason. We thought we were going to win that series.
And last, by the way.
Exactly. And go on. And we end up losing the series. And that home run just became a footnote. And then 96, I hit that home run. And it just tied the game up. But it swung the momentum. And we end up winning. And that home run became so big because we won. And that was the difference. Because we won. Aaron Boone would have the greatest home run in all of Yankee history had the Yankees won the 2003 World Series, but they didn't. So it's still a great home run, but it's not remembered. If you remember Andy Chavez for the Mets,
Yep.
made a tremendous catch, which would have been gone down, and they didn't win. So it's just another great catch in World Series history. That you have to win, and I think that's the whole thing. I think Aaron Judge, in order to be remembered as a great Yankee, not just a great player, but a great Yankee, you have to win a couple championships.
So I want to go to a guy that's been a kind of a polarizing topic on our show. Errol doesn't like him. Jabba likes him. Jazz Chisholm, who's put up good numbers at the plate, but he said some crazy antics as well. Where do you stand on the Jazz Chisholm experiment so far for the Yankees?
You know what? It's so funny because I listen to people all the time. I'm one of those guys that says, okay, you know what? I'm old school. I don't like it. But guess what? I don't play in this era. And for some reason, this entire era wants all this stuff. They like the pitch clock, which I would hate. Jabba, you would hate the pitch clock.
Okay? Yeah, I don't like the disengagements of being able to hold. Well, and it sucks too because that takes away me playing the chess game of holding and holding and holding.
Exactly.
And okay, now I got to step off, and now it's already hard enough to pitch, but now I got to think, okay, did I disengage once or twice? Did I pick over? Did I step off? Yeah. And so it's just the time wise, it wouldn't bother me because I'd like to work quick anyways. But as far as playing the game of on the mound, holding runners, looking, and now in the back of your mind, you got to look out of the corner of your eye and be like, oh, I better get rid of this. Right. I mean, a great pitch at 3-2 and you end up walking the guy on a pitch clock. No, I'd be pissed.
Yeah. So my point is, yes, is Jazz Chisholm my cup of tea? Well, he's wearing number 13, so I do like that. Okay. But no, he's not your traditional type of Yankee player, but there isn't those. We got beards now. I mean, Jabba, would you have not loved to have a beard as a Yankee?
Yeah, I mean, obviously it wouldn't be this big, but yeah, I mean, I just necessarily not so much, but it's just every day, being told and scolded like I'm a kid, right. I'm a grown man, I'll keep it professional, but getting kicked out of the dugout and getting told I was we don't start for another 3 hours. I'm just trying to get my stuff ready. I can shave in 5 minutes. Right. I can be ready. So right. Yeah, obviously keep it neat and tight and whatever, but it's different. And it's changed. The game has changed in so many ways. I hate the analytical part of it. I think there is some part of the analyticals that are okay, but there's not enough baseball people in it.
It's a good tool.
But it's not the crutch.
Exactly. And it doesn't tell me, what the guy has in his heart, the fight that a guy has, what's he going to do in big situations. But going back to Jazz Chisholm, listen, he's, like I said, he's a different cup of tea. He's very talented. He's got a lot of talent. He fits into the locker room pretty good. Most of the guys that I know of that they've talked about, they kind of accepted everything. But if you're not winning, it's an issue. When you're winning,
you know what
go ahead.
Jim, you know what I call it? I call it the Jism Express. That's what I call it. Because hop on the Jism Express, and I call him Jazz Jism because I don't even give him the compliment of giving him his last name because the guy, all he does is yap, dance around, prances around after the fact, wearing his big, glaring platinum freaking chain, and he hasn't won nothing. He hasn't done anything. And for the Yankee fans to sit there and think, oh, this guy brings, conversation. This guy brings personality. What personality is he bringing? A personality that you're going to want to kill every time he opens his mouth and throw the team under the bus? He came out and said, we're still the best team in the league when we were playing as bad as we were for 3 weeks straight. And then you have Aaron Boone. And I stick up for Aaron Boone because I think people blame Aaron Boone for all this crap. Aaron Boone is not the one that's getting into the box. Aaron Boone is not throwing the ball like these pitchers. These guys got to go out there. They're getting paid money. They're getting paid a lot of money. Go out there and play your game. Stop bitching and moaning. Well, the analytics tell me to do this, and the analytics tell me to do that. I'm so tired.
You got to go even further. Aaron Boone is not making the lineup. Aaron Boone is not making the switches. Aaron Boone is there to babysit and to take orders from upstairs.
Yeah.
Period.
Yankee fans don't know that. They don't know that.
No, and it's
No, they don't want to believe it.
Exactly. It's a different. It's just a different mindset from like when Jabba and I were playing. You know what? We liked our manager, but there was a certain part that we didn't mess around with our manager. We respected him to a point where if he said something to us, he wasn't trying to be our friend. He was, hey, you're here. I'm your manager. Listen up. Straighten this up. Straighten that up. Fix this. Fix that. Not, oh, these are savages. These guys are savages. I mean, that's nice. That's great. And it makes you feel good. But listen, that's not the type of manager that we had.
That was Girardi's hardest thing. Like when he first came over after Torrey, was like trying to find that balance between, shoot, I'm not that far removed, from it, and just being able to, and obviously in 2008 when he took over was the last year of the old stadium, we didn't make the playoffs. And so he wasn't obviously off to a great start. Then we end up winning the next year. But yeah, you can always, like back then, the dynamic of you always, if you walk by him, you always paid your respect. You didn't walk by your manager, never.
Right.
And Mr. T would always be sitting right there, as Derek always called him, and he'd be sitting there doing his thing, and you always said hi. Always said hi to him in the clubhouse. But Jimmy, if Joe was doing one thing, you didn't bother him. If those sheets were on the desk, all right, I'll catch you in about 10.
Yeah,
I'll come back later.
And I think that's the difference. I think when we had, again, look at the major league coaching roster. There's not too many guys besides Brad Ausmus, with a lot of experience. I think Harkey's still in the bullpen.
Yeah, and then assistant pitching coach Preston Claiborne had a little bit of time.
Yeah, so we had guys that had championship with the Yankees, Willie Randolphs, Don Zimmer, Mel Stoudemire, guys that knew what it was like to play in New York. So when you were struggling, you had someone, dude, what happened to you when you played in New York and you sucked and they were all over you? How'd you get out of it? You had that ability to have coaches that could help you through that. I don't think they have that now.
Or they allowed to do it.
Yeah. Right.
I remember when Joe Girardi was picked to be the next manager for the New York Yankees, and Donnie Baseball was fighting for that job too. And a lot of the Yankee fans wanted Don Mattingly to take over for the Yankees, not Joe Girardi. And it was obviously Brian Cashman's decision. I'm going the Girardi route. Now, I've heard stories, and more than anybody, I've heard stories about Girardi and Posada. And there were stories that they didn't like each other. Girardi never liked Posada, and Posada was Derek Jeter's best friend, or one of them. Him and Jared Williams was his closest friends on the team. You were around both guys. So is it true Girardi and Posada didn't like each other? And if it is true, why did they not like each other?
In all honesty, it depends on when you ask them. I mean, if you would have asked them during the playing days, Girardi was considered a mentor. And I can pull back articles from back in those days saying that Joe Girardi was there to mentor Jorge Posada. That's why he came back in 97 and 98, or 97 and 98. Yeah. But as time went on, the story changed a little bit that, they didn't like each other. They didn't get along. And I think it was more as a manager than it was when they were teammates.
It's crazy because I, as a Yankee fan, heard so many different stories. Now, I didn't have my inside scoop like you guys did. You both played for the Yankees. You guys were close to the Steinbrenners. So I didn't know them like that, but I was a diehard Yankee fan. I grew up a Don Mattingly fan. He was my favorite player. And Donnie, unfortunately, everywhere he's gone, even as a manager, never won a championship. Even out a guy as a bench manager, never won with the Yankees with Joe Torre. So Don Mattingly just had really, really bad luck. When Joe Girardi really was put in the position the way he was, where after they picked Joe Girardi, what did they do that season? Well, they just went with CC Sabathia, AJ Burnett, and Mark Teixeira in 2009, and they win a championship in the first inaugural season at the new stadium. I'm not surprised that happened. Do they do the same if Don Mattingly was there? Because I've heard stories. George Steinbrenner was very close with Donnie, but Hal and Hank did not like Donnie. So there was some stories coming out that way, and that's why they decided to go with Joe. I don't know if that to be true either, but I've seen Don Mattingly 3 times in an amount of time, and I've had questions to ask him, and I said, Don, you're my favorite player growing up, and he smiled. He said, I appreciate it, and I said, what was the connection you had with the Steinbrenners? He says, the boss was always the boss, always showed me respect, always loved me as a player, and always put me first after the team. He said, but there was something about Hal and Hank. They were brought up differently, and they looked at me as a different player, a replaceable player. That's what Don Mattingly told me. But he didn't say it in a way where, they hated me. He just said it in a professional way that we just didn't see eye to eye with the game of baseball. And maybe that's why he retired. I think Donnie could have played another year. I really do. I think he could have played in 96.
Yeah, but what a lot of people didn't see back then was Donnie had to get up at 10 o'clock in the morning. He had to do a bunch of different exercises and stretches, and just to be able to get out of bed, be able to walk down and have lunch. I mean, it really was a point where his day was a 14-hour day for him. And I think that was what was weighing on him more than anything. Would he have liked to continue? I'm sure. But I do think that the injury was the main reason why he hung it up.
Do you think Donnie, for the 5 years that Don Mattingly was at the top level of the game, could you compare anybody over the last 40 years that had numbers like Don Mattingly in a 5-year stint, except Aaron Judge? I mean, Aaron Judge would be the closest.
Mike Trout.
I mean, Mike Trout.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
That's it? Mike Trout.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Trout would be one. But see, and I would actually put Mike Trout in a very similar category to Don Mattingly.
Yeah.
Because, but the difference is
playoff-wise too.
Yes, exactly. And
not his fault that the Eagles are dysfunctional.
And his injury has really what's been decimated his last 4 or 5 years. And is he going to be remembered as the guy that had 30 and 100 and 40 and 100, 7 or 8 years, or is he going to be remembered the guy who's hitting 220 and has 17 bombs? It's really kind of a difficult situation. And again, it goes back to not winning a championship, not even being in the playoffs, much less. And I think it's a tough choice. I think it's got to be a tough choice for Trout every year to say, okay, I'm going back to the Angels.
Jimmy, you look at Jabba, and I asked Jabba who was his favorite player to work with and play with, and it was CC Sabathia. Okay, he always talks about CC, that he's the nicest guy, one of the best teammates he's ever played with. He's had a lot of good ones, Jabba. You would agree with, but CC was a guy that really stood out to you. Was there a particular player that you played with that stuck out to you more than the other, and why do you say that player over maybe the other players that people would have thought that you would have picked?
We just discussed him, Don Mattingly. Donnie was the greatest teammate I ever played with. Not only from the standpoint of just a good all-around person and a good, my first year in the big leagues, my very first day at Yankee Stadium, I got called up on the road for 3 games in Baltimore. Then we came home, and our first series was against the Red Sox in Yankee Stadium. And I come walking in the stadium. I'm taking it all in. I'm literally on the phone with my dad in the locker room and going, Dad, I fucking made it. I'm here at Yankee Stadium. My locker is next to Don Mattingly. This is the greatest day of my life. And instead of my dad going, son, I'm very proud of you, because my dad was a cross between Woody Hayes and Bobby Knight. Hardcore. And he said to me, son, that is great, but what are you going to do to stay there? That was his comment. So I literally get off the phone. I'm a little disappointed that he didn't say, I'm proud of you, son. Congratulations. All right. I sit down on my chair and I look over and Donnie comes walking in and he goes, hey, kid. He goes, pretty good couple games at Baltimore. You see, I see you're next to me. Just remember one thing. You don't last very long here unless you ask questions.
Where was your locker at?
Literally when you first walked in.
To the left or the right?
Yeah, Donnie had, as soon as you walked
in.
He
had the big one in the corner?
In the corner, yeah. Yeah.
They stuck me next to Stevie and Gino.
Oh, geez.
Yeah. I was right by the mailboxes. I'm like,
oh,
hey, I didn't care. I got to look at Thurman's locker every day.
Exactly. Yeah,
and then all of Derek's shoes.
And one of the things great about Donnie, when Donnie was hurt, I was taking his position at first base. But yet he was out there every day trying to help me how to hold a runner on, how to do something, how to give myself a better opportunity to be good that day to help our team win. You didn't find that in a superstar, in a guy that was as big as Don Mattingly was during those days. And I just found that unbelievable. And like I said, the first time anybody asked me, who's your favorite teammate? I don't even hesitate. It's Don Mattingly.
Do you talk to him still?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Every time Toronto comes in, I go see him. I text him on his birthday every year. Yeah, we still stay in touch.
By the way, Jabba, I love when you're posting up in the private chat, and he says Boone is at the press conference right now saying that the Yankees are a good defensive team.
So bad. So bad.
Boone, what are you watching, man? I love you, dude. I stick up for Aaron Boone all the time. That would get you fired. If I was the GM of the team, I'd be like, dude, are we watching the same team? This team is absolutely putrid defensively.
Well,
I mean,
here's the situation. The manager before him criticized Gary Sanchez and lost his job.
Yep.
If you really want to get down to it, Joe Girardi was let go because of what he was saying about Gary Sanchez. And at that time, Gary Sanchez was the franchise.
That's what they called him, the Sanchez.
Exactly.
By the way, I was in Bermuda and I was going down the Crystal Tour, and Gary Sanchez's niece was hanging out with me and my girlfriend, and she's like, "You know who Gary Sanchez is?" And I said, "Yeah, he was a Yankee catcher. Yeah, that's like my uncle or whatever." She said, I see him all the time. I'm always during the summer. I'm always with Gary. And I'm like, that's pretty funny. Now you're bringing up Gary Sanchez. It popped in my head. So Sanchez was a guy that had tremendous talent. I remember when he came up and he was hitting the hell out of the ball. I don't know what happened to him. He mentally it got into his head. He went to the Twins. He actually started hitting for the Twins. Mm-hmm. And then he finished up. Again. Yep. He finished up with the Mets.
And then he went to the Padres. He was pretty good that year.
And wasn't he with the Mets too?
He was with the Mets for like a month or so. Then he went to the Padres and actually played well in that season with them.
Yeah, the Padres stint brought him back.
Yeah, not Yankees good, but he was at least playing serviceable enough where he could have kept playing. But then they let him go at the end of the year.
You know, Jimmy, before we let you go, because I know you're a busy guy, and we love when you come on, and we'll definitely get you on before the season is over, because I'd love to hear if the Yankees make the playoffs, which they should. I can't see them choking and not making the playoffs, but hey, it is the Yankees.
They do have a good defensive team, apparently.
As Boone was saying, and then Chisholm saying, Jazz Chisholm coming out and saying, "Oh yeah, we're still the best team in the league." When we were 13-22 in the month of June. So yeah, that great. Congratulations to Jazz. He knows what he's talking about. And he only hit 3 home runs in that home run derby. What a disgrace.
That was a little embarrassing.
Embarrassing.
Yes.
That was embarrassing. How do you go out there and say, "Oh, I have 17 home runs. I could win this thing." And the guy had 3 home runs.
He did foul tip, but the worst was, Jimmy, if you remember, Swish swinging and missing.
Yes, I do remember that. Yes.
That's got to be the worst one.
But at least Nick, and I'll say this about Swisher. When Swish was in the locker room, he knew how to bring out the guys. I've heard so many stories about Nick Swisher. I don't know him personally, but I'm sure you guys know him. Everything I've heard about Nick, he was the best teammate. He was cool, collective. he's always blasting his music in the locker room. Everybody was listening to the Metallica and all the crazy crap that he was playing, all that hard rock. When I hear about Jism, he looks like a rapper. He looks like Flava Flav when he's standing there. I mean,
Wow.
he just the way he presents himself, I just don't like it. I don't like the way he stands there like he's won something. He's done something for Yankees, and he's really done nothing. And he couldn't cut it over there with the Marlins, and he had to be traded. So let's get down and dirty with that, Chizzy. So I would love to get Jism on the show because I'm not going to sit here and beat around the bush. I'll let him have it and see how he answers it. And if he doesn't like it, well, that just shows you how big of a bitch he is anyways. So that's the facts. I'm not going to sit here and beat around the bush. Jabba, you know me. You've been working with me for a year now. I don't sit here when I interview somebody and say, oh, my God, it's Jazz Jism. Let me kiss his ass. You know, I'll tell you if you don't like it.
If that does happen, I'm gonna have a big bowl of popcorn just sitting there going.
There you go.
That's all I'm in it for.
What you probably usually you have a bag full of Tootsie Rolls, which you've been eating all night.
Yep.
Fruity fruits.
No, but
whatever.
when you get into a good back and forth, yeah, it's popcorn time.
Yeah, well, I've done it a couple of times on this show.
Java, the best is when you brought up the Dorito taco shells, what I mentioned.
That's
Believe it.
too. I might get some Doritos tonight. I have Dorito tacos. I like that. Anyway, so Jimmy, we really appreciate the time. You're sensational. Keep up the good work. Let's get you on a little bit sooner than later, maybe during the playoffs like we did last year. Love to know your take, and I'm sure we'll have a lot of coverage through it. But as
always available. Yeah.
Are you still in Levy's box?
I'm still working up in the suites. Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
There he is. He's
all right, boys.
All right, so
hanging out with the chicklets.
Thanks,
Thanks for having me.
Thanks Jimmy. Jim Lawrence. Fantastic. Stories. I love the Don Mattingly story. I'm a Donnie baseball fan, so
Speedy, side note, who was it?
Oh, the question I asked you in the private chat?
Yeah.
Brandon Inge.
That's right.
Always killed the Yankees too, by the way. Detroit.
Yeah.
Remember Brandon?
I asked Java in the private chat who was his former teammate had 0 in a home run derby because I remember watching it as a kid and I couldn't remember who it was.
He killed the Yankees all the time. All the time. I couldn't stand Brandon Inge. But I remembered him when he was on the Tigers because he always pissed me off every time he went up to the plate. And he was a good defender too.
Yeah, he was.
He was pretty good. So I really liked. I don't know him personally. Jabba knew him personally, but I'm sure he probably was a cool dude to chill out with and hang out with. But hey, anyways, thank you to Jimmy. We really appreciate the time. Let's go to a sports minute. When we come back, we've got a call to the pen. We got inside baseball, and hopefully. We might have Goody's bag of balls.
It doesn't look like it. It's still in the 5th inning or 6th inning of his game, so I don't think we have Goody tonight.
It's an unfortunate situation, but the good Wood is playing with his Woody.
Goody has no Woody.
As we all know, it's
Breaking news. I need Brittany also.
Anyways, when we come back, a little bit more and a lot more in baseball. Spring training.
This is the Jabba and the Mouth Sports Minute.
All right, guys. Aaron Fishman here with your Sports Minute. Got a few stories before we wrap up baseball coverage tonight. New Cowboys wide receiver George Pickens threw some serious shade at his former team after the Steelers traded the enigmatic star player to Big D. I'm definitely excited to run better plays, Pickens told the media, and went on about the fresh start he has as being a breath of fresh air for him. Getting a chance to play next to CeeDee Lamb and with quarterback Dak Prescott should give Pickens the consistency and space he lacked in Pittsburgh, where he was still a very effective player. The problem with Pickens will be if the target share between him and Lamb will be enough to keep both players happy, and if Dak can return to form after a serious hamstring injury claimed the second half of his 2024 season. Even a diminished Dak should be an improvement upon the likes of Mitch Trubisky, Kenny Pickett, Mason Rudolph, and last year's combo of Justin Fields and 36-year-old Russell Wilson. Whether or not Pickens can stay happy will have a lot to do with the success or lack thereof for the Cowboys this coming season. A blockbuster deal is imminent in the world of sports as ESPN is looking primed to buy the NFL Network and Red Zone channel. As reported by Andrew Marchand of The Athletic, ESPN is poised to acquire both the network and Red Zone channel for at least $2 billion, according to a recent valuation of NFL media. ESPN is planning on including them in a package they will be selling that is exclusive for streaming content being sold direct to consumer for the first time ever for $29.99 a month. As this is not official, no further details were commented on by the NFL and ESPN, but reports state that this has been in the works for the greater part of the past 4 years. This may radically change the way many of us enjoy our sports and anger many of the older generations who can't seem to figure out the internet as if it's a Rubik's Cube on steroids. Change is a fast train, and where there's this much money on the table, expect this locomotive to be traveling at Mach speed. And finally, current Reds manager and former Cleveland Guardians manager and likely future Hall of Famer Terry Francona had some stern words today in regards to the controversy over the name change of the Cleveland Guardians from the Indians back in 2021. President Trump has made it known through his posts on Truth social media account that he wants both the Washington Commanders and Cleveland Guardians to revert back to their original names. Francona echoed the sentiments of current Guardians president of baseball operations, Chris Antonetti, who responded to the president by saying, "We understand there are different perspectives on the decision we made a few years ago, but obviously it's a decision we made. We've got the opportunity to build a brand as the Guardians over the last 4 years and are excited about the future that's in front of us." Francona, for his part, told USA Today about owner Paul Dolan. "I was really proud of him because I don't think it was real popular with a segment of probably the older fans that kind of, I guess like Trump, why can't it just be like it used to be? Like I didn't even care what they made the name in Cleveland. I really didn't. I just know how I was in on those conversations and we were trying to be respectful. And for that, I gave those guys a lot of credit." Politics aside, while for now the commies in Washington have yet to say if they are switching their names back to the Redskins, it certainly appears that you'll either have to put on some old games from before the pandemic or blast Wild Thing and put on Major League to watch Ricky Vaughn give him the heater to catch a glimpse of Indians' retired mascot, Chief Wahoo, ever again. Only a few games still going on in baseball tonight. The Red Sox have a 2-run lead, 9-7 in the bottom of the 11th in Philly over the Phillies. It is 11-8 in the bottom of the 8th in Tampa as they trail the White Sox. And all other games are final. 5-0 Reds over the Nationals earlier today. Complete game shutout for Nick Lodolo. 3-2 Marlins defeat the Padres as Sandy Alcantara has his best start of the season. 9-3 the Giants beat the Braves. Verlander with his first win the entire year in 17 starts. Pirates 6, Tigers 1. Mets defeat the Angels 6-3. Sean Manaea's first win of the year. The Cubs fall to the Royals 8-4. The Rockies with their first shutout in almost 2 calendar years, 6-0 over the Cardinals at Coors Field. 4-3, the Astros beat the Diamondbacks. 10-2, the Brewers over the Mariners in Seattle. The Dodgers come back in the bottom of the 9th and walk off the Twins 4-3. 3-2, Guardians beat the Orioles. And 2-1 was the final for the Rangers over the Athletics. Guys, we are streaming live on TikTok, Twitter, and YouTube on our Jabba and the Mouth handle. And we're on Facebook and Instagram under the Worldwide Sports Radio Network handle. Keep downloading on Apple Podcasts and watch us there and on Spotify, now in video. Make sure to like and subscribe to all our shorts, reels, TikToks, and longer videos that you see from us throughout the week. Now back to Errol, Jabba, and Speedy for our next segment on Jabba and the Mouth.
Any questions? We're back. This is the Jabba and the Mouth Show.
That's called sexy. Doesn't it look like Dracula? Does your wiener barf?
I hope not.
Hey guys, a big bag of donuts over there.
631-672-3108 is the number to call. Yes, you're listening to the one, the only Jabba and the Mouth. You know who I am? My name is Errol. My co-host, Jabba Chamberlain, and the Speedsters, PD executive producer, Mr. Fishman. Board Ops is tonight. He usually is Tommy Poops. Nick Goody, as he is a big project of the show. I projected superstar of the show. Nick Goody is coaching baseball. I'm trying to clean up some of the things I say so I don't have Nick wanting to chop my head off. So, but But Nick is trying to move on in the playoffs, and hopefully he does. He says if he wins tonight, he doesn't have to play tomorrow. It would be over the weekend. So we'll see what happens with Nick. But our show is brought to you by the one, the only. Speedy, what is it?
Ice Shaker.
Say it one more time.
Ice Shaker.
Give it a little bit more oomph to the
Ice Shaker.
Yeah, there you go. Like you're constipated, as you always know. Go to iceshaker.com. And ladies and gentlemen, you shop all their official licensed collections from Star Wars to Marvel and so much more. Enjoy free shipping when you spend $50 or more. Go to iceshaker.com to check out all their great products and deals. And ladies and gentlemen, if you want your very own Ice Shaker, ladies and gentlemen, you can get The Rock put on it and you can smell what he's cooking. A Poo-Tang pie or somebody or something up Jabba's rear end. Ladies and gentlemen, you get your Ice Shaker and you can shake your way to the WWE. IceShaker.com, baby. IceShaker.com. Speedy, you like that one?
That was very good. Now the real question: Are there be any custom ice shakers coming out that have Nithin's leash on them?
Well, if there is a leash, he'll definitely be putting it on them.
I'm putting you on a leash now.
But as we all know, Ice Shaker has been a pure sponsor of the one and only Jabba in the Mouth. And we move forward as a new balance of sponsors in the next couple of weeks and months. We're going to be promoting a lot of them. And another one I want to do, and I want to post up because I know he reached out to me and Wes says, where is my thing? Oh, well, cash is king. How tired are you with your busted home training or your wallets? Sell it as it is. Nobody can get more for your buck with cash. Ladies and gentlemen, no agents, no repairs, no BS. That's right. Go to WeWannaBuyYourHouse.com. Yeah, the name says it all. That's WeWannaBuyYourHouse.com. Go now before your house falls over. So that's a good one. Yes. Your house falls over.
You would hope the house doesn't fall over.
Is there a tornado coming, or is it just a hurricane?
Or I was going to say, or
maybe it's Jabba falling.
Maybe it's maybe there's a big bad wolf out there we don't know about blowing houses down. Don't worry, Wes's company can solve all that.
Who do you think has the smelliest farts on this panel? Who do you think?
How would I know? What fish and Jabba farts smell like?
Maybe it's you. Who do you think has this?
I have them more than you do. That's as much of a sample as I have. I mean, Tommy's not here. He would probably take the title.
You're the one with all the Alfredo sauce and honey mustard, Errol.
Yeah, his farts don't smell.
They don't smell.
So Tommy's not here.
With all that cheese?
I don't know. I don't have no contact with the other two.
No, they really don't. The only time they would smell is in the morning. Sometimes in the morning, my stomach rumbles, and I know when my stomach is rumbling, I'm going to.
So if we got Brittany on, she would say your farts don't smell.
100%.
Okay.
100%. Yep.
All right. I'm going to remember that. We're gonna test that one out.
Oh, well, you can test whatever you want. The smell is a smell. It's like fragrance when it comes out of my ass. Anyways. Jabba's not laughing. I think he's a little lost on that one. All right. What was that, Jabba? What are you putting your hands up? What was that?
Can't say it on live, but I'll tell you in a minute.
We call this a call to the pen.
Think you can throw a strike on this pitch?
It's not going to be much on it. It feels like jello right now.
Just get it over the plate. I want him to swing.
Last time I did that, I hit one that hasn't landed yet.
For a call to the pen.
All right, Speedy, if you could do Tommy's job and get the music for this one on for us, that would be wonderful. I got a little read-off for you, Jabba. We're going to do it like this, and when I'm done, I would love for you to comment, because I think you have some great expertise on this one. The trade deadline is next Tuesday, less than a week away. As a fan of this show, you know that I am a diehard fan for my teams, and I've always been dreaming up trades around this time of year for great players to come to my team. Like, for example, I want the Yankees to get Eugenio Suarez and Merrill Kelly from Arizona this year. They'd be terrific fixture holes on the roster. They're rentals who are older and shouldn't cost top-end prospects. But the thing is, I never really consider how these types of deals, from the prognostication by people in the media like I am now, and fans at home, affect the lives and families of those that are going to be upended by these transactions, both in the majors and perhaps more dramatically so for minor leaguers who aren't making as much money. Luckily for us, we only need to make a call to the pen and get the big righty up for some inside info on what a trade deadline feels like as a player at different stages in their careers and how it affects teams leading up to it and how guys fit in or don't after the deals.
Yeah, it's weird. I saw one in the minor leagues. It was for Jose Molina to the Angels, and it was Jeff Kennard. And it was just so weird because they're like, hey, go get Kennard. And he was actually warming up to come into the game, and they had just announced the trade, and we're in Double-A at the time. And so this is obviously my first experience, at the trade deadline. And I was like, what? I go, what's going on? They're like, oh, he just got traded. And I'm like, what do you mean? Like, we got a game going on. They're like, it doesn't matter. And so they ran down, got him, and then he came in. And then it's like, hey, pack up your stuff. You're heading to wherever Anaheim's Double-A was. And it's a little bit harder in the minor leagues just because you don't have all the, I guess, the extra stuff where, they plan your trip, they do all that. So, but in the big leagues, the craziest one I've ever seen was a 3-team deal between the Rays, Mariners, and the Tigers when I was with the Tigers. And they were trading for Austin Jackson and Drew Smiley, and we were getting David Price, and it was crazy because it was almost like to the deadline. This is when the deadline was a little bit longer. It wasn't that 12:59 cutoff. Like it went into like 6 o'clock or whatever. So anyways, Austin Jackson's playing center, and all of a sudden he's like, looks like this because we're like telling him to come in. And we had been inside, like the brass had been back and forth, and me and Ver, like the nosiest people ever. So we're like, something's going down. So I messaged David and I was like, hey, where are you at? And he was like, I'm on the golf course. And I was like, you might want to head back to the Trop. And he was like, what's up? I go, I don't know for sure, but something's going down. And so literally Dombrowski comes in the dugout and is like, hey, we need to replace Austin Jackson right now. And so it was like a 2-0 count in the middle of like the 5th inning. And he had to get in. He had like 2 minutes to spare before the deadline went in. And, it's frantic because you don't know what's going on. And then it's like, hey, pack up. And you get 2 days technically to meet the team. But it's basically you pack up, they have your itinerary, and it's like, hey, get to this city or get to where they're at. You can take your extra day if you want. But depending on the situation, most people don't. I had Ichiro traded in Seattle, literally just walked across from one side to the other. That was interesting. That was woo. Ichiro's a different character. Love that man. It was it's crazy when you get people like that. And I was fortunate enough to play with Hideki, but yeah,
so he fit in right away, Ichiro, with everybody.
Oh yeah, he was the best. I mean, he's a person that never wore his cleats more than once.
That's interesting.
I don't have your sneaker from before.
Yeah, he would wear his turfs, but his cleats he would only wear them one time.
So maybe Errol Ichiro's the cleats version of you.
You mean Kobe?
Well, I'm saying Ichiro with the cleats.
Yeah.
Kobe, well, you got a lot of sneakers. You think I don't know.
Yeah, well, I don't have that many cleats he's gone through from the amount of sneakers that I've had over the years. No way. But I mean, he probably went through around 5,000-6,000 cleats in his career, if that's that to be true, like Job was saying.
I mean, if anybody wore out his cleats, it's the guy who had more career hits between the MLB and Japan than Pete Rose. So.
And the crazy part is, I was reading like 5 crazy stats about Ichiro just because I love him and he's awesome. You realize he didn't get over 3,000 hits starting at like 20. He didn't have his first hit till he was 27.
That's great.
Yeah, and came into the league hitting 200 hits every year.
And so he's the oldest at 27 to get to 3,000 hits. Who's the second oldest? He was 23 years old. Third baseman.
Adrian Beltre?
Yount?
George Brett?
Nope.
I don't know. Who is it?
Wade Boggs.
Oh, wait, Bob.
Yeah, of course. Of course.
Oh, he's also from Omaha.
Oh, an Omaha guy.
Yep.
Omaha.
So, Jabba, you don't have to name any names if you don't want. And just to wrap this up, Ichiro's an example of a guy who definitely fit in. There's obviously going to be the opposite, right? And what happens?
Kevin Euclid.
Oh, that was quick.
That was
what
easy.
was that? What the hell was that?
That was a trade. It was off season. It wasn't during the year. During the year, that's different because you're usually getting. We were always in a position where we were contending, so we were always getting somebody that was established. So everybody kind of had a mutual. Like when we got David Price, so you were getting guys like that where. They were established. You weren't getting like young guys where they're trying to get their feet wet and trying to like fit in. That's why I've said before why I love what they do in spring training with these young kids is invite them to spring training for a couple weeks so us as older guys can get to know their personalities. And so when they come up, they don't feel so uncomfortable. So I guess I've never been in a situation like during the trade deadline where we weren't getting somebody that was already established where you knew who they were. You obviously may not know them personally, but you knew like of them and had played against them. So a mutual respect. But yeah, the trade one is Euclid for sure, 100%, but not at the trade deadline.
Well, we know he hates Kevin Euclid. There's no question that he does.
But, Kevin Euclid gets on base, and Moneyball told us that's the most important thing in the game of baseball.
Please, let's move on to the next thing.
And, guys, that's some great stuff we get to learn every week.
Kevin
to the pen.
Euclid. I couldn't stand him as a Red Sox. And his swing, that weird swing that he's grabbing the top of the barrel, made no sense.
His teammates didn't either. He was one of those guys where it didn't matter. Like, it didn't matter if they won or lost. Like, he'd be pissed if he went 0 for 4, but if they lost and he went like 3 for 4 with like a double and 3 steaks, he'd be like super happy. Like, he threw his helmet in the dugout one time and smoked Manny, and they had to hold Manny back because he's like, dude, we're up 6-2. Like, what are you doing? Like, relax.
Yeah, well, it sounds like Euclid. I mean, even when he came to the Yankees, he was an ugly SOB. And all he does...
He only played like 10 games until he broke his back.
Yeah. Wait, what's so funny about him is the whole story about Kevin Euclid is the only story that I can remember listening to him is, oh, my brother-in-law is Tom Brady. I'm married to his sister.
Dude, have I told you that story about like our fantasy?
Yes.
Yeah, that was the first time you ever on the show.
Yes.
Oh my gosh. I'm like, is this dude? Me and Cece were like, seriously, dude?
I think I made this the first time you were on the show of you fighting Euclid.
Guy's a piece of work.
Yeah, I'm sure he was.
Java, that's why I had to add it into the what's that smell?
I'd like to ask Tom Brady what he thinks about Kevin Euclid. It's probably not that good. Anyways, we have one more segment before we go to analytics, and we call this Inside Baseball.
Now let's go deep inside.
What?
I am excited. This is Inside Baseball.
All right, guys, here we go into Inside Baseball. We got a few stories around the league. I'm going to lead off the top one. We'll get everyone to react to this main story. Ethan Holiday did not go first overall as expected in the baseball draft. But the baseball draft is quite unique, gentlemen. You don't have to go first overall to get the most money. And Ethan Holiday got the most money ever for a bonus for the Colorado Rockies, selected to his father's team. Holiday was the 4th pick overall, behind Willits, Bremer, Cade, and then Ethan Holiday. How do we feel about $8 million for a guy who was the 4th pick, not the 1st pick, and hasn't played a game in majors yet?
First of all, and I will say this, he went to Colorado. It's his father's team, so obviously his father's like the king and he's like a prince. He grew up around that organization for such a long time. The Colorado Rockies, I'm sure ownership adores this kid. I think he's going to be a superstar there. They're going to build the team around him, just like they built the team around their father or his father when he was coming up from the minor leagues. I think it's a great story. I'm not going to complain that this guy's making. You can't argue or complain about the talent of this kid.
Sorry, $9 million. $9 million.
It doesn't matter. 9 million, 10 million, 12 million. There are college coaches making more money than that, and they don't even deserve it. This kid is an up-and-coming superstar. He was the bona fide number 1 pick, and he falls over there to 4 to the Colorado Rockies. It's a good story. I think that's all it is. Stop talking. I'm not talking about you, but why is anybody complaining about how much money he makes? To me, that's pennies for what this kid's going to make 6-7 years down the road when he becomes a free agent. So I think the kid's a better player than his older brother. That's what I think Ethan's going to be. I think he's going to be a star in this league.
Yeah, go ahead, Speedy.
I was going to say, I think the Rockies are not going to be spending much money anyway. So after the Chris Bryant contract,
$9 million.
Yeah, they haven't done much anyway. They're not going to go anywhere. So why would they try to spend the extra money? It's one of those things where I don't think it's that big of a deal. There's no salary cap in baseball. Plus, we talk about right at the end of the lockout, how bad we felt for all these minor leaguers. We want them to be able to make some money because the arbitration system is so bad.
Yeah, you look at it back-to-back years. Between the brothers, they signed for over $17 million, so the Holiday family's doing pretty good. It's different because you have a pool of money, and people always look at it like slotted or whatever, but you take a pool of money, he has leverage. Obviously, he was not going to turn down any type of money being drafted in the top 5. Surprisingly, he fell to 4, which was surprised a lot of us. But yeah, he can demand what he wants because he's young, he's out of high school, he has leverage, obviously has the pedigree. I expect him to be close to his brother. I didn't expect him to be almost $1 million more because the brother signed for 8.1. So, but hats off, go make your money while you can, and they're gonna. It's a great situation for him. His dad obviously coaches at Oklahoma State with his brother, but they're not too far away. So I think it's a great fit for them, and I think it gives Rockies fans something to cheer about, which there hasn't been much to cheer about. So I think it's a win-win for both of them. Let's see how fast they shoot him up the ladder, or if they kind of let him figure it out, or they're like, hey, you got your money, figure it out in the big leagues. I could see all situations happening, really.
So why does the 4th overall pick get more money than the top pick overall in baseball? How does that even make sense?
It just kind of depends. Well, agent, pedigree, there's a lot that goes into it. Leverage, we had a kid that got drafted in the 5th round last year, high school kid going to LSU, and he got 5th round, but he got 1.4. So there's leverage. They knew he was going to LSU, so let's overpay him a little bit.
So it's if you come to go in our farm system instead of college, we'll give you this money type of thing.
Yeah, so yeah, kind of. But if you're a junior or a senior, it's kind of hey, we can ask for more and see what happens, but you don't have as much leverage on the other side of it as some of these kids that have that and be hey, I can still go to college. I can still do kind of whatever I want. So yeah, it's more of a leverage thing, I would say, is probably the biggest way to describe it, because if you don't have a choice to go anywhere, then it's kind of you're stuck with your money. But yeah, those other guys with their picks, obviously they're not going to complain too much, but
well,
at least I wouldn't.
Well, baseball is very unique. Every other sport that I know, it's slotted in how much you make.
Yeah, because you had
order you get picked.
Yeah, top 5. It gives you, and the crazy part too is 3 of the 5 top 5 were college guys, and and they give you can go on and see what the evaluation for the number 1 pick, the pick value of this year was $11 million, and Fish and I were talking about this off air, and Bremner, and I think Bremner was part of a story, because he didn't even come close. Mind you, $7.6 million isn't nothing to ride home. It's
and Willits was 8.2 for the first pick.
Yeah, it was 8.2, 7.6, Cade Anderson got 8.8, and then Ethan got 9 million, which his pick value is 8.7. So his was closest to actually his pick value. So, but everybody else has kind of been under their pick value, which usually you see a lot of the high school guys be a little bit more. That doesn't surprise me with Bremner and his, and he was probably crapping his pants when he got drafted 2 overall. Anyways, I was talking to Kyle Peterson from ESPN, who's going to come on the show late August. I talked to him today and talk about some stuff. But yeah, we were talking about it during the draft, and we were like, he went way too high. But the story's cool, so I guess we'll see what happens.
All right, let's move on to something that we talked about a lot at the beginning of the season, and that is Rafael Devers playing first base for the San Francisco Giants. And in his first game, he played an error-free game over at first. He went 2 for 5 in the at the plate with an RBI and a 9-0 win. Here's the quote from Devers, who, if you remember correctly, abjectly refused to play first base for the Red Sox when they asked him, and led to his departure there. He was basically a DH. He's DH most of the time since he's been over in San Francisco. But this is what he said. It keeps me active. It keeps my head out of just thinking about the next at-bat. Devers says that through an interpreter. I'm kind of the player that likes to be active, likes to be on the field. I'd rather be on the field than be in the cage hitting all the time and just thinking about the next at-bat. So, obviously, he's not playing third base anymore. They got a Gold Glover and Matt Chapman over there as well, just like they had Bregman in Boston. But pretty big slap in the face to the Red Sox right here.
He's butthurt because Alex Bregman came to the team. He signed a big contract. He signed a 3-year deal, and he took his spot. And a lot of I've spoke to a lot of Red Sox fans over the last couple of weeks. Ever since I was on my cruise when I heard Devers was traded to San Francisco. And then I looked at the trade and I heard about the trade. I was like, wow, San Francisco ripped off the Red Sox. They gave him absolutely nothing. Doo-doo, as it was absolute doo-doo. And Devers came out and said he would not play first base with the Red Sox at all. He's not going to play the field if he's not playing third base. I just think it shows you that Devers couldn't stand being there anymore. He thought that the Red Sox backstabbed him by bringing Bregman in after paying him, a year before that, a lot of money, over $300 million, when he could have went to the Mets, as the story was that the Mets were gunning for him if he went to free agency. He just thought that the Red Sox stabbed him in the back. I could understand that. When you're making $300 million, and Jabba, you know this, you never even got a chance to make $300. Why are you bitching and moaning? Go play the game. If they want you to play first, they want you to play the center field position, or they want you to sit on your derriere and just be a DH, as we've seen people and players do later in their careers. You do what they want when they're paying you that kind of money. So I don't know the butthurt, but now he's not even complaining about playing first base with San Francisco. It just shows you how immature Rafael Devers was and why the Red Sox decided to part ways with him.
Now, it's interesting because obviously you want to take shots at the Red Sox with how bad he felt like he was mistreated by the organization, and rightfully so. And I think this is mostly what that is. Now, it's interesting with the internal culture with the Giants. Like, he hasn't really brought the big offense. He himself has played well, but the rest of the offense has not played great around him. Some of that has to do with injuries, too. So you wonder how much maybe the internal culture is still affecting the Giants, just getting used to him, because the Red Sox have played better since he's left. They had a 10-game winning streak, granted a lot of against bad teams, out into the All-Star break. And the Giants, they've had a 6-game losing streak recently, so maybe still getting used to the internal culture with that. But yeah, he has every right to say, all right, I'm going to go take a shot at the Red Sox organization for the way I got treated.
Yeah, I'm going to keep this short and sweet. It's just he got butthurt because they did Bregman, thought they were taking his position away, realized that, well, you know what, let me swallow my pride, see what can happen. I don't know if you guys saw Will Clark go at him, to work on his footwork, and, Will coming out and saying, you're going to work with me, blah, blah, blah. I think he just realized that, if I am going to do what I think I'm best at, and that's me not thinking about the next at-bat, then playing first is the only option I really got. So, you got to swallow your pride sometimes, and, we'll see what happens.
Okay, we go from there, and we're going to kind of rapid fire these next few ones. The Dodgers bullpen takes another hit before today, where they had a walk-off They've got blown out again, blew up another lead late in games. Their closer, Tanner Scott, felt a twinge in the old forearm, Jabba, and immediately winced and came out of the game. He was put on the 15-day IL. Why they still have a 15-day and a 10-day, I don't really understand. I never really understood why there's one or the other, or how we decide one gets the other. But regardless, it doesn't sound good. They were already talking about getting some more relievers, because let's listen to the list of guys they have on this IL right now. Michael Kopech, Blake Trinan, Brusar Gratterall, all injured. Trinan should be coming back soon.
Are we surprised?
Three big guys. They're using Alexis Diaz, who flamed out with the Reds, as like their best reliever right now.
Nobody is surprised that right now the Dodgers are playing with a burnt-out bullpen. Even their roster, when it comes to their pitching, I mean, they have Glass now in, they have Glass now out. Ohtani's back. Is he going to pitch a full season? Sasaki, I mean, you paid him a lot of money.
Glass now went 7-12 today.
Yeah, he had a great start today. Glass now went 7 innings, 12 strikeouts, best start he's had all year. But again, with him, it's like
it's hit or miss, and then if you're healthy.
Yeah, well, that's the problem with the Dodgers, and that's what we said. You can pay all the money, you can spend all the money. Money doesn't always make you a champion, as we said, seen this with the Yankees for many, many years. And now we're seeing it. The last time the Yankees won was 2009. The Yankees have spent, they've got, as far as the cap is concerned, one of the highest in baseball, if not the highest, and they still can't get over the hump. So my factual thought to this is the Dodgers are going to still be in it to win it. They're still going to go out there. They got a great farm system. If they want a pitcher or two or three, they're going to spend the money. They're going to spend the talents to bring those guys in, because they're going to have a chance no matter what in the playoffs when you have a healthy roster with this talent. I don't think it's going to make a difference. I'm not surprised. I'm not.
Yeah, the one thing that the Dodgers do well, in addition to spending money, too, is that they actually do a great job rebirthing bench players, and pitchers have failed on other teams a lot of the time. Kopech was one of those guys last year. He was a starter with the White Sox for a while. He had a lot of injury problems, so never developed that same way. And they've done that for years, too. So there's going to be two of those types of guys on selling teams that were top prospects. They wouldn't be surprised if they fit right into this bullpen.
Yeah, so Fish, difference between 10 and 15. 10 is position players, 15 is pitchers.
Oh, I had no idea. That's so fascinating. Okay, I guess that makes sense as far as like how many starts they would miss in that situation. So before we get out of this one, who are they trading for? Now, if it's me, I know who I want to be my closer if I'm the Dodgers. And it has to be Mason Miller on the Athletics. He has by far the best stuff on a team that is going nowhere, like always. They're not a year away. I know they're going to want a lot for him, but if this is the Dodgers we're talking about, they have a lot. This is the guy you go get, and he's not that far away playing in Sacramento right now. That guy is unbelievable. Who else, Speedy, is available right now at the deadline for them?
I think what it is it's more of a process thing for them. That's more of what I'm getting at with like rebirthing guys that were not thought of that way. I think Tony Gonsolin was a good example of that. I think he was a journeyman for a while. They've done that with a lot of the Nationals relievers that they traded for over the years. That's more of what I'm getting at. I think it's going to be like two or three guys that are very random, or like were failed prospects somewhere else is what I'm thinking. Maybe one of the youngsters with the Orioles. Maybe they could get one of those guys.
How about the Guardians? They've got a ton of arms in their bullpen.
Yeah.
Clase is being rumored to be on the move if they can't snap out of their funk.
I don't think it's going to be anyone big for the Dodgers. I think it's going to be like two or three like surprise ones.
I don't know, man.
Says Stearns better get the Mets.
Another
relief pitcher.
I agree, and I would look at the Guardians for that. Not Clase necessarily, because I think he'll be too pricey, but I wouldn't mind Herron or Gaddis or one of those guys for the Mets.
All right. Well, there was a real fascinating thing. Errol, as you know, you're the elder statesman on this program, but even this guy who pitched 5 innings earlier on this...
Good old Rich Hill.
Mr. Rich Hill, 45 years young, returns to start for the Royals at the age of 45, made his debut Tuesday night. A little rusty, he's 5 innings, 3 runs, 1 strikeout, 90 pitches. Got through 5 innings, though, at age 45 in Major League Baseball. 14th
team. 14th team.
Yeah, playing against the team that drafted him many, many, many years ago.
I gotta give this guy a lot of credit, because anybody that could get back into the big leagues, stepping away from it for a little bit of time and then gets back on a mound and can just throw. I know our boy Nick Goody was trying to do that early this season. He was throwing on the mound. He was posting it up on Instagram. Oh, I got 91. I got to 92. If I could hit 95, I could definitely try out for a big league team. Father Time usually hits you, and when it hits you flat on your ass. I am impressed that Rich Hill can still be able to throw the ball at a major league level. I just think, when it's over, it's over. And I'm not going to bet on this, but if anybody could do it, it's Rich Hill, because I've seen him do crazy things. He was playing for the Long Island Ducks before he came back to the majors. And then he got that $40 million contract from the Dodgers, which I was just shocked that the Dodgers would pay him that kind of money. Just think, you step away from baseball, you're paying to play baseball with the Ducks, and now you're making $40 million because you had one good season and the Dodgers give you that extension. I mean, incredible story. I mean, this could be a storybook ending. Maybe they make a movie.
It'll be a movie.
That's what I was saying, though, with the Dodgers making random dudes good again. Rich Hill got his career rebirthed in a way. He bumped around many different teams, obviously. I think he had 2 stints with the Red Sox.
Disney. We should pitch this to Disney.
Yeah, but definitely an incredible story.
Rich, I'll be your agent for this one.
Definitely a great story.
Disney had that movie, The Rookie, years ago about that Tampa Bay pitcher. Well, this one would be the journeyman, right? It would just be he's just everywhere. He's played for literally everybody in this entire league, I guess, at this point. So, guys,
Jamie Moyer, that would be this generation's person.
Moyer was a better player than Rich Hill, but
longevity-wise.
And we got one last thing to do, guys. I want to end this segment by taking a look at the standings in baseball right now. Where do we got this? 100 games into the season. All right, we're about 100 games in. We'll start with the National League. Mets, a half game up on the Phillies as of this moment. Marlins are under 500. Braves, season from hell. Nationals not being taken seriously. Let's start with the NL East. It's a 2-horse race, guys. At the beginning of the season, we thought the Braves would be involved a little bit more than this. But are we talking about 2 real contenders? Or are we talking about 2 really flawed teams that need to make a big move right now?
The only team in that division has a chance to win a championship this year, and this is not hatred to the Mets, it's the Philadelphia Phillies. They're the only team that I think, when it comes down to the playoffs and the Dodgers and the National League, because I think there'll be a surprise team in the National League that could make a run. There's nobody besides Philadelphia. I know the Mets and Met fans that want to believe, oh, they're better than they were last year, and they made that run. That was last year, and this is this year. It's a different time. It's a different game. And again, you got to get a lot of luck. And the Mets were very lucky last year with some of the timely hitting they had throughout the playoffs. So I don't know if...
And Arizona getting hurt a bunch.
Yeah, I don't know if Lindor can get as hot as he did. And obviously...
He's ice cold right now.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think it's going to be possible. The Mets are making the playoffs. I just think they're going to fall short again this year. They're not making it to the NLCS. So it's Philadelphia is the only team out of the bunch.
They're the better team with more experience, yeah.
Speedy, why don't you take the Central? We got to move this segment. I apologize. You got to move this one along. Why don't you take the Central? The Central also has 2 big dogs, and one of them is a major surprise. Milwaukee sitting a game ahead of the Cubs right now in the lead of the Central, 20 games over 500. The Reds, a few games over 500. The Cardinals, 1 game over 500.
Where's Goody? Because I want to stick it to Goody right now that Cincinnati is falling flat on their face. I told you, Goody, they're not good. They're not good.
I mean, they're okay.
It's not that yet.
They're not making the playoffs.
It's going to be tough for them. But Speedy, why don't you tell us a little bit about the surprising Brewers?
Yeah, it's interesting because the Brewers in I think 3 out of the 4 super. Like when you look at hitting, like the biggest priorities with advanced stats, they were actually like bottom 5 in the league. So it's crazy, like this pace that they're on right now, and they're beating a lot of really good teams too. They have the best record in the National League against above 500 teams. They just swept the Dodgers. I think
That's called sex.
They won 5 out of 6 against the Dodgers in a span. They did well against the Giants. They've done well against the Cubs. The one matchup that they had with an offense that still is very flawed. Like I was concerned about the Brewers lineup depth is not very good at all. And then the Cubs are the other extreme. The Cubs have, besides the Dodgers, the best offense in the league, and they have very questionable pitching. So it's kind of a weird dynamic of 2 extreme teams, the way it is. The Cubs have a better run differential. It's probably a little more sustainable at this point. The Brewers, you think they'd cool off eventually, but they have a system, a factory that works with their pitching that they can get so many guys, even losing guys, to make work. My brother actually, when I saw him recently, compared to the American League version of the Rays, they're looking like that right now.
They're not. You know what it is with you, and I got to say this. It bothers the hell out of me. And I know I'm not taking shots at any of your brothers. You spit out so much lyrics, and I mean a lot, and you come to one thing, and you mention your brother in comparison to one team to another. I do not see a comparison like that. Your problem is when you listen to something, you always use it in a monologue or in your conversations that scare people away. This is not the same team. So and the same conversation that we've had off air on some of the things that you say, it irks me when you say things like this and then you fall flat on your face when you're wrong about it, including your brothers. This is terrible. I can't compare one team to another in another year, especially what he's trying to compare right now. It's not true. It's not true. So,
all right. Well, Jabba, let's give you the West. Dodgers way ahead of everybody, 17 games over 500. The Padres only 8 games over, kind of in the same falling off trajectory as the Giants, who are a game and a half behind them. Those teams were right there with the Dodgers beginning of the year. What happened to those guys?
Yeah, I don't know. This is an interesting division. We didn't think the Giants would even stand a chance in this division, and they're holding on. I mean, it's crazy to see, like, you know, how the differentials are so vast, and obviously some of these top teams and even second place teams. But I think what comes down to it is just the depth and what, like, even with all the injuries from the pitching staff of what the Dodgers have, it's just the depth of what they can do and score runs and how they go about scoring runs, and they can score them in bunches at times. I mean, Shohei's hit 5 homers in a row. And then the Padres talent is deep. Their pitching is something to see if it holds up. I'd love the division, and you're going to get 2 of them out of it. To see if the Giants can hold up is probably going to be the biggest question. I mean, Ver got his first win. If you could get him on a roll in the second half, that could be the difference maker. But I think it's still a 2-headed race in that monster.
All right, let's move over to the American League. Let's put that one up on the screen. American League East, Yankees 4 games back at Toronto, lost again tonight. Red Sox are only 1 game back in the win column of the Yankees, but have 3 losses in hand for the Yankees, so they're 2 games behind the Yankees technically. The Rays 3 games behind the Yankees. All of them are over 500. The Yankees had a big early lead. You know, they're the best defensive team in baseball, and they're savages. But, Errol, are they going to be able to come out of this division the way this is looking?
I think the Yankees will make 1, maybe 2 or 3 big moves. I don't see Brian Cashman sitting pat with what the Yankees are producing right now offensively and even the pitching wise. They need bullpen arms. I expect them to get 1 big one. And I also expect the Yankees to be at a bat, maybe 2. The Yankees are going to be in it to win it no matter what. This is an organization that expects superstars and expects winning and making the playoffs every single year. Are they going to win? I don't know. They definitely need some bats in the middle of that lineup. There's not enough hitting and consistency where they're going to get over the hump. I think it's fool's gold right now to believe that the Blue Jays are playing at a high level and they're going to continue doing this for the next 80 games. I do not see that. As much as I think the Blue Jays are sensational on what they've done in the last 5 years. And as far as the Red Sox are concerned, The Red Sox are going to fall flat on their face like they always do over the last 3 to 4 years. They're not going anywhere. And I liked Alex Bregman. And if I was Alex, even with the contract, he's going to step out of that contract at the end of the season because he's having such a great year. He can get more money. Don't be surprised if he doesn't end up a Red Sox next year. I expect him to go to free agency and show me the money, as we all heard with Jerry Maguire. So I expect that to happen again.
Speedy, I'm going to give you the West. We'll let Jabba talk about the Central, where he played for 2 of those squads. So, Speedy, the West is looking very simple. Houston, I don't think they're cheating anymore, but they're still winning somehow. I couldn't believe it at the beginning of the season, but there they are, 18 games over. The Seattle Mariners, 6 games over, and the 6 games back of Houston. Texas, starting to come around a little bit. 3 games over 500. Jacob deGrom, obviously, has made a difference over there. Speedy, why don't you talk a little bit about Texas's comeback, like this big comeback from Texas, who really were an afterthought, but were a World Series team not that long ago, my friend.
Yeah, they were an afterthought, but they always had a good run differential. It was just a matter of if their offense could even be league average. Their pitching was really good, and it was being wasted for a while for the first probably 2.5 months of the season. But now it's actually playing a little better, where if they can just get a league average off,
shocking and wet.
What they have, a couple deadline moves they'll probably need because their young players haven't been great outside of Josh Young, who I think has been in and out with injury as well. And that I think gives the Rangers still the highest upside, a little more than the Mariners. I think the Mariners are still battling a lot of injuries, so I think they're kind of what they have always been, that always team, first team out type thing. I don't really see much upside besides that depth-wise in their organizational system as well. Their stars are there, no doubt, but they lack depth. Do they have enough to trade?
No clue.
All right, Java, let's talk Central a little bit here to wrap it up. We got the Tigers running away with the division, best pitcher in baseball on that squad, and Tarek Skubal over there, and a lot of other guys having good years. Casey Mize, obviously they've pieced together that bullpen. That might be a team that looks for a guy to just put the icing on the cake. Are the Tigers for real? And do your old squads of the Guardians or Royals sitting in second and third have anything to muster?
I think if it's anybody, honestly, I think it's the Guardians, just with the leadership. I mean, it's tough too. Tigers coming out of it, and they've gone 1-9 and lost their last 11 of 13. So obviously not the start you want coming out of the break. But I think depending on, I think you're probably right with the Tigers. Like maybe I would say a mid-level move. I don't think it needs to be anything drastic. Maybe add another arm. Do I think Tark's going to do it again? Yeah, he's proven that he has the ability, he has the endurance, and we've seen it from back-to-back years. So I think if there's anybody that can muster up anything, I love that the Royals are overachieving because it makes for good conversation, over here, because we didn't think they were going to do near this, and see the guys, Pasquano, his story is great. Like a couple years ago, he's getting paid $8 to flip burgers, and now he's hitting homers. So he just had 2 today, and Salvi hit another one. So they're a fun, energetic team to watch. I just think they're not deep enough to catch Cleveland. And then the Tigers really have to just Rhea all over themselves to not make a spot out of the Central.
Yeah, I think the Royals really miss Reagans this year. I think that's probably the biggest thing for them. But we'll visit some more baseball stories next week, though, guys.
Look like
Inside Baseball.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have one more segment of the night. No book goodies bag of balls. And Speedy, are you packing any balls tonight?
Not that I know of.
So you have no balls?
Not that I know of.
No testes? What? You said you had balls, right?
Have some. I don't know if I'm packing them.
No, if you're not packing them, then where are they?
Where would they be?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
They're not being moved.
Well, then they're on you, right?
They're attached.
So they're.
Thank you.
There you go. That's what we're talking about. Speaking of disattached to most of the things that come out of this kid's mouth or math, we call this analytics.
Ladies and gentlemen,
And now it's analytics.
I want everybody together to go ahead and say penis, 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 vagina, vagina, vagina.
Oh, man.
Welcome back, everybody, to yet another episode of Analytics, a quality educational experience. If you are new to the show, or you haven't stuck around to the end and you are lucky enough to be still on the air right now, this is a game show between Errol and Speedy. The way this one works, there's a mystery term that both of them will have to solve. They will have up to 3 clues to solve it, and whoever gets it right in the fewest amount of clues is the winner this week. There is a catch. They have a tiebreaker. They have to use it in a sentence correctly. If they both get in the same amount of clues, whoever had the best sentence is the winner. There's a catch to all of this, though, because Speedy is our guru of sports analytics. He will ask Errol, who's more of an eye test man, a traditionalist, a sports analytical term to have to solve. On the other hand, we can't ask Speedy those questions. We have to ask him something that he will equally not know. Well, those are going to be sexual innuendos. Errol has been stumping Speedy with these for it feels like the greater part of the 21st century.
I think Speedy's gotten one, right?
1 or 2. I think maybe 2.
I've won. I think 3, but one of them was just because I used something with Holly Berry and Errol liked it in the sentence or something.
Yeah, I think like you won 2, and I think, or like you got 2 of them right, but you've won 3.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Let's get the music on right now, and let's get the big reveal, Speedy, for your analytical term of the evening.
All right, so this week we're doing football. It is PEPA.
Peppa.
PEPA.
The Peppa.
Position? Nope.
Well, that's wrong right off the bat. So that was the wild guess round. It's now time for the big reveal. We all are always holding our breath on this one in more ways than one. Errol, the music is on.
All right, Speedy, you ready for this?
All right. I had better get this one so I could use Nathan in a sentence.
The Angry Dragon.
Oh, boy.
Oh, know this one.
This is kind of a classic one.
Yep.
All right. So, obviously, dragons breathe fire. So, somebody is...
You're on the right path.
Passing heat while, like, exhaling, like, big breath while making out with a woman.
I thought he was going to use I thought he was going to keep going with where the fire was coming from.
Well, I mean, it's a wild guess. And you know what? It's really about an A for effort in this round. You boys definitely got that. But now it's time to flip the script. Let's get some clues in here. The music's back on, Speedy, for PEPA.
All right, so the first P is what you would consider a result in your favor. Is you would think of it as a blank for you. The E is a word for something that is supposed to happen. And then the A, the other P is just simply something you store. The A is a math term.
Yeah, I had to look this one. I wasn't even close.
I'm not even sure on this one. I know at least the first half of it, though.
Say that one more time.
All right, so the first P, if a result goes in your favor, it's considered a blank outcome for you.
Positive.
Yeah. So E is something that's supposed to happen. Another word for that.
So positive.
Oh, I've never heard it like just P. I've always heard it as EPA. So this is
this
PEPA,
one's actually
really.
specifically for defensive players.
And
Gotcha.
E is what? What is it?
Something, a word for something that's supposed to happen.
With an E.
Yeah.
I have no idea. I don't know.
All right. So
All right. Let's move on. back the other way. Let's get the music on. Errol, Speedy needs some clues on the Angry Dragon.
Blowing a load on something.
Okay, so
Do you say on or in?
On, in, load on.
So the heat is coming from what you claimed, what Brittany claimed had something you smelled before.
I don't think Speedy can imagine doing this, so he's not going to get this one tonight.
So all right, so the heat, let's say, is coming from your ass after eating too much spicy food. Now the question is, where is it going into? Is another question.
That's a good question.
Where is it going into? So
where?
Lots
We
of
all wanna know.
lots of spicy food coming out of a guy's ass into. I feel like it has to be into the mouth because it's a dragon.
You're in the right direction. I like it.
It's in the right direction. What's going in that direction is not correct. But we are getting closer. Round 1 of clues is done. Moving on to 2. Speedy, give him another clue for PEPA.
All right, so we'll go back to the E a little bit later. We'll go to P. You in any sport, your goal is to score what?
Or
You try to have the most.
point.
Yeah. And then A, a general math term. If you do a equation, basically.
Holy crap, Speedy.
Yeah, added. I'll give that to you. Added.
Addition. Okay.
So
just say plus sign.
Yeah. Okay. Plus sign.
All right, and then E. So again, something. The previous clue was something that is supposed to happen. If you call something, you predict something. You could have said like, I did this. I blank.
That's a really good clue, Speedy. All right, Errol.
I don't know.
Charles Dickens had a book about it.
And you think I know what Charles Dickens?
They were great.
I
It was
know.
the best of times. It was the worst of times.
I couldn't even pronounce his name. You want me to remember Charles Dickens?
Pip.
No.
Come on, little Pip. No?
No.
No, I didn't think you were going to get it from that clue. All right. We got that as a wrong answer. Your Errol is very close, though, Speedy. You're going to have to get a lot closer than just the direction of the orifice that something is going into here.
Or you have to rename this segment Analytics at this rate.
I guess so. We'll see.
All right.
The music's on. Errol, he needs another clue on the Angry Dragon.
So, after you drop a load in this specific place, you smack that person, and it comes out of something.
Oh. Wow. Okay. All right. So
You just basically gave him the whole thing.
I know.
So you're
And he said where it came out of too.
Yes.
He doesn't. I don't think he understands the term load, Errol.
Don't say anything.
So
We're not
maybe it's
talking laundry here.
yeah. Maybe it's not the actual air coming out. Maybe it's the gross crap coming out.
Hey now.
Hey now.
It goes into a woman's mouth and then a slapping motion. Where did that come from?
Think about what a dragon does.
And where it comes out of.
So it flies, it attacks, and it breathes fire. And it breathes fire.
Okay. Well, now we're cooking.
So then the gross bodily pus, whatever's coming out, is being smacked is what's throwing me. Like I guess it's being like ordered down.
Errol, what are you talking about? ESPN would love this bit. What are you talking about?
I don't
like
know
a
where
launching motion. Like I feel like a dragon coming down.
Flying and like launching. All right, Speedy, we're gonna need you to tie it up a little bit. We got to move.
So the gross crap, the load, whatever. After it goes into the woman's mouth, then the guy comes down on her and smacks her. I don't know where the smacking is what's throwing me.
Well, Akon said smack that all on the floor, but for now, the answer is wrong. We will move on to the last round of clues. Errol is almost there. Speedy, final clue for PEPA.
Yeah, so again, something that if you predict it happens, and you could say, like, I blanked it to happen, what Fish was describing before. So a team could have very high or low, like, another term for potential. Like somebody like in football, the Eagles winning the Super Bowl are going to have big, and it's another term like Fish was describing before. It starts with E. Big.
When a woman is pregnant, she is
exposed.
not the weird shit you watch. I'm talking about like a regular thing. And by the way, we did get a comment earlier tonight from that I think we need to put up there. We got you proven wrong right off the bat. Sometimes they do, the farts. They do smell.
Yeah, right.
I don't know.
He's lying.
I don't know. Do this.
Hey,
pregnant woman, it said she is something ing. I-N-G.
Expecting?
Yeah, there it is. Put it together. Put it all together.
Positive. Expecting. What was the other one?
You score the most
points.
And then the
plus sign.
And then
plus. Equal. Positive. Addition. Add.
So, yeah. It's positive expected points added.
There it is. And that is correct. Errol Marks, you know what you have to do now, though. You got to use it correctly in a sentence. Let's use the future legend himself, Justin Fields, in this one. Defensive player. So let's go. Your favorite. You said he added 15 pounds of muscle. Will McDonald. Tell me about his pepper.
Will McDonald last year amongst rookies.
They're from Iowa State, so he might have had a farm.
Had one of the best positive expecting points.
Just say PEPA.
Had one of the best PPAs for all the amongst all the rookies. So there you go.
All right. I don't know if he was among the best, but that is a good sentence.
Amongst the best.
Yeah, I would say it's a pretty strong sentence, Speedy. You're not there yet. I'd say, like Bon Jovi would say, you were halfway there, but you're also right now living on a prayer. We got to put the music back on one last time. Errol, last clue.
By that reference.
Okay.
The Angry Dragon.
So when the man, I'm giving you the hint, is dropping the load somewhere, he smacks somewhere on the body, and it comes out somewhere on the face. Okay?
Like a dragon.
And then she falls down, but gets back up and does something.
Okay, so the gross load crap goes into the woman's mouth. The guy then slaps her, and then the pus comes out.
Okay, of where?
Of her mouth.
Okay.
And then they both do intimate things on that gross crap.
But wait a second. I said she gets up and she does something like a drag.
So drags the guy down. Oh, she breathes it back into him.
Where does a dragon breathe from?
His mouth.
No,
No, don't. Where do you breathe from?
Your mouth. You breathe fire.
Your nose, Speedy. You breathe from your nose.
Sit there. It's like, what?
I don't know what
That's called sex.
mythology you're reading. You're seeing. That's
called sex.
The fire comes out of the dragon's
Does your
nose.
wiener barf,
I mean, smoke
Speedy?
does.
They
but
snort the fire.
He tastes himself.
Oh.
Errol, read it off to him. You are the winner tonight, by the way, Errol Marks, of Analytics.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, Speedy, you ready? Angry Dragon. Immediately after you blow your load, which is the stuff that comes out of your you-know-what, okay?
Yeah, the gross crap, I know.
Yes, the gross crap. In a girl's mouth, smack them in the back of her head and make it come out of her nose, okay?
Oh, okay.
All right? And when she gets up, she will look like an angry dragon.
Ooh, okay.
Whatever you were trying to get to, I think I'm a little lost.
No, the slapping motion. I didn't think that would actually spawn it out of the nose. Okay.
Well, there you go. Thank you to the one and only Jimmy Larens for joining us. Hopefully Nick Goody is winning and his team is moving on throughout the playoffs. We're rooting for him and unfortunately couldn't make it. So all the fans saying, is Nick coming to be on? Is Nick going to be on? No, he's not on tonight, but he'll be back on Monday, I'm sure, and probably Wednesday. But thank you to Jimmy. Prashad Breland, we'll reschedule with him and get him on the show. He's been a little busy. Maybe he's in the booth rapping his way with, what did they call him? The Jackrabbit? I don't know. He might be jacking off the Jackrabbit. Who knows? Anyways, thank you to all the fans that are following us on Spotify and Apple Video, Spotify and Apple Audio. Like we always say, thank you to TikTok fans, Instagram fans, Facebook fans, YouTube fans, everybody fans, X fans. A little lost. You guys should be following us on X, but it's not that important in Speedy's category. Anyways, thank you again. We'll be back on Monday. Speedy, who do we have on?
Joining the show, thanks to Nathan for getting him. 9:45 will be former Rays, Rockies, a couple other teams I don't forget offhand. Rays, Rockies relief pitcher Jake McGee will be joining us.
Oh, solid.
There you go.
Good
Jake
stuff.
McGee. Yes, that'll be fun. A little
Little
Speedy.
left-hander.
Yeah, a little left-hander who likes to blow loads, as we all know. Anyways, thank you again. We really appreciate it, the fans. Thank you to Blue Wire. I just hit myself in the crotch. Oh, that hurt.
How the hell did you do that?
I put my hand up and I slapped down and it hit me right in between my legs. That hurts.
It's the karma for the angry dragon stuff, I think.
Yeah, it was definitely karma. But oh my God, I'm feeling it down my leg right now. Anyways, thank you to the fans. We'll be back on Monday. Until then, have a good weekend. And by the way, here we go. A 1 and a 2 and a 3.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Speedy.
Happy
birthday to you.
All right, Speedy. Happy 30th. We love you.
guys.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, as Elvis always says. And he says, gotta go. Good night.
It's the Worldwide Sports Radio Network.
Rangers